knows of somebody who's going to be here shortly. I know Representative Craven's going to be held up a little bit. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to this scheduled public hearing, Committee on Health and Human Services. We'll be hearing the bills in order as published. And if you'd like to watch, you can also go to the legislature.maine.gov website, look for Health and Human Services. And we have our very own YouTube site where you can watch this as it happens, or you can review previously recorded sessions. So I invite you to do that. We'll be hearing public hearings. So somebody will introduce a bill. There'll be opportunities to ask questions of the presenter, and we'll proceed through the list. I'm going to step away a bit before 10, and Chair Representative Meyer will take over at that point. I think I turned off my phone. I did not. I did now. If you're offering testimony, please make sure the name and identification underneath your screen is accurate so we can be sure who we're seeing. And we ask that you limit any testimony to 3 minutes, a page and a half, roughly. We have some 3-minute enforcers lined up, and we can move to introductions at this point. So let's start with Representative Zager.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sam Zager. I represent District 41 in Portland. Nice to see everyone.
Representative Lemlin.
Good morning. I'm Michael Lemlin. I represent House District 88, Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Noblebrown.
Representative Stover.
Good morning. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Booth Bay Harbor, Edgecombe, Southport, Westport Island, and part of South Bristol.
And Representative Griffin.
Good morning. My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levant, and Condescake.
Representative Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is John Connor. I represent House District 58, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Javner.
Good morning. I'm Representative Kathy Javner, and I represent House District 141, which includes the towns of Alexander, Burlington, Chester, Cooper, Crawford, Danforth, Dennysville, Lakeville, Lee, Lowell, Mattawamkeag, Medibemps, Princeton, Springfield, Talmadge, Topsfield, Vanceboro, Waite, Wynn, Carroll, Codyville, Drew, Grand Lake Stream, Webster, Barry, Cathants, Edmonds, Marion, Big Lake, Brookton, Forest City, Greenlaw Chopping, Kossuth, Lambert Lake, Kingman, Prentice, Twombly Ridge, and Whitney.
Representative Senator Moore.
I'm not even going to begin to list my towns. Good morning. I'm Mary Ann Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well.
Representative Meyer.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us here today. I'm Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is all of Elliott and parts of Kittery and South Berwick.
And let me add my welcome. I'm Ned Claxton. I serve the folks of Senate District 20, which is Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. The committee works because we have some very capable people working with us. One of them is Ms. Broom.
Hi, I'm Anna Broom. I'm one of the legislative analysts for this committee, and I work in the Nonpartisan Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
And another with us this morning is Ms. Withy.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Withy, and I'm the clerk for the Health and Human Services Committee.
So with that, unless there's some other business to attend to right off, the first bill, number 287, is to be presented by Representative Connor. And we have several people wanting to testify after that. So we defer to you, Representative Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. Let me get my testimony ready. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and colleagues of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is John Connor, and I proudly represent the hardworking people of House District 58, which is part of Lewiston. I want to thank you for the opportunity to introduce LD 287, an act to require electronic benefits transfer cards to be printed with the beneficiary's photograph. Providing assistance to the most needy among us is critical. During this pandemic, we have seen demand for the services offered by local food banks skyrocket. And we have seen great uncertainty for working class Mainers who may need public assistance. At the same time, however, we have also seen troubling decision-making from this administration. When Governor Mills first took office, her administration took several knee-jerk actions to simply undo policies of the former administration without proper evidence or justification. One such example is the Mills administration's misguided decision to eliminate the previous policy allowing a beneficiary's photo to be printed on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program Electronics Benefits Transfer Card, EBT. I believe that placing family members' photos on these cards protect these vital benefits for those who need them and strengthen the integrity of this public assistance program. Where opportunity for fraud or trafficking exists, it is incumbent on us as policymakers to take action to deter fraud and misuse of the public's resources. When this requirement was merely voluntary, many recipients chose to have their photos added to these benefits cards in order to protect the assistance being provided to them. I contend that Governor Mills' decision to remove these photos was misguided, politically motivated, and has weakened the integrity of the program. Roughly 16% of Maine's population relies on SNAP benefit program, which is third highest in the nation. It is no coincidence that immediately following Governor Mills' elimination of the photo requirement in 2019, Maine's federal SNAP error rate quickly shot up to 19%, second highest in the nation, when the New England average error rate is between 7 and 8%. With so many Mainers relying on these benefits, it is devastating that the state must repay millions of dollars to the federal government for erroneous payments. While one might expect policies to change from one administration to the next, this is not DC. Our policies should not oscillate based on the political whims of whoever might occupy the office of Maine's chief executive. Instead, we should codify into law this common sense policy, which restores integrity to a vital program helping Mainers. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you, Representative Connor. Are there any questions here for the committee? Representative Connor, do you happen to know whether photo ID is part of the requirements in the other New England states where the incidence is so much lower as you cited it for inaccuracies?
I believe Massachusetts was the only one that I saw, but I would have to refer to our analysts or the department to get more information on that one.
Maybe the analysts can help us with that. Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for Representative Connor? Then we're going to hear from Amy Gallant. Oh, Representative Stover apparently has a waving hand.
I did. I couldn't get my little hand on the electronic screen. Maybe for the work session, it would be helpful to have some data, maybe 5 years data starting in 2020, because we're not even halfway through 2021, but 2015 to 2020 on what the error rates were from the department, from OFI, and then also what the cost would be. What would be the cost to reinstate photo ID for the work session? Thank you.
And we've been joined by Senator Baldacci. Do you care to introduce yourself, sir?
Sure. Good morning. I'm Joe Baldacci, represent State Senate District 9, which is the city of Bangor and the town of Herman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And with that, if there be no other questions or waving hands, then I will defer to Amy Gallant for her testimony. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. Also, good morning to Representative Connor. We've not met, and I regret that this is the first meeting. I think that if you asked your colleagues on the committee and in the House, you would know that I always wish to have a relationship with a representative, particularly if I'm opposing his bills. I wanted to acknowledge that right out of the gate. My name is Amy Gallant. I'm the Vice President of Public Policy and Research for Good Shepherd Food Bank. We have a network of more than 500 partner agencies which support our mission to eliminate hunger in Maine by improving access to nutritious foods for people in need, building strong community partnerships, mobilizing the public in the fight to end hunger, which is my work. And last year through our network, we distributed 27 million meals across this entire state. I think this committee is very familiar with SNAP. It's the most important food security program in the whole nation. 1 in 9 Mainers are enrolled in SNAP, totaling 157,000 people. And this program allows the dignity of going to the grocery store or even the farmer's market and selecting the food one's family's needs and wants instead of relying on the emergency food network that Good Shepherd helps support. We all agree on the importance of SNAP integrity. We absolutely do. None of us, myself included, want to see mistakes or misuse of the program. But we also do know, based on our own experience and the experience of other states, that putting a photo on an EBT card does not actually improve program integrity in the way that I believe this is intended to do. In fact, a number of states, Maine included, started putting photos on EBT cards and stopped because it is costly and it has been studied and determined to be ineffective to preventing fraud. So I'll talk a little bit about those reasons why. And first is that an EBT card is for all members of the household. That means that more than one person is legally allowed to use the card. An EBT card can also be used by a designated representative, for example, a family member or a home health worker. So this makes the single photo on the card difficult to use for identification if trying to determine the legal users of the card, because it could absolutely be more than just that one person's photo. Additionally, at the point of transaction, EBT card users cannot be treated differently than any other customer. This means that unless store clerks are checking the photo of every single customer using a debit or a credit card, they cannot be asking to see the photo of an EBT card user. If they do, it's illegal, it's discriminatory, and there has been successful litigation, particularly in Massachusetts.
30 seconds, Amy.
I never run out of time. Maine adopted a policy in 2014 in which SNAP recipients could voluntarily have their photo placed on the EBT card. The pilot program began in Penobscot and Piscataquis counties, followed by a statewide rollout. The startup cost was estimated to be $160,000 with an ongoing fiscal note of $41,000. During the time of the photos on EBT cards in Maine, the data that I found, the Attorney General successfully prosecuted 14 cases of EBT related fraud, and 3 of those cases involved an individual using somebody else's card. And the rest involved fraud in the application process so that the applicant appeared eligible to be eligible for more benefits. Maine's implementation of photos on EBT cards was confusing, costly, administratively burdensome, and in some cases illegally denied benefits or purchases to eligible Mainers. Both the Commissioner of HHS and the Secretary of State agreed with the decision to end the policy. I have lots of information about the use of this policy in other states. If the committee wanted to ask about that, I would be happy to provide that information. It's also in my testimony. And I urge you not to pass this bill into law. Let's not repeat the mistakes of the past. We all absolutely want to support program integrity. I appreciate Rep. Connor's division here, but I just don't believe that photos on EBT cards is the way to get there. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. And again, if anybody wants to know more about other states' experience, I'm happy to detail that.
Yes, a question from Representative Javner.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Amy, thank you for your testimony this morning. I'm curious, I get calls very frequently about fraud with these EBT cards. And so I'm wondering, are you simply against the photo or are you actually against the confusing process and the cost of the program itself in order to put a photo on the card?
That's a great question. I have not seen the photo used effectively to address the kind of fraud that you're hearing about. if there was an opportunity for the photo to be.
Ms. Glant, can you turn off your video? We're losing your audio. We'll have to get you an answer to that question later on, I think, Representative Javner. I'll
Thank
try
you.
stopping the video. Can you, hello there.
Internet in Maine. I said so many smart things.
If you'll stop the video, we'll be more likely to hear all of it.
Okay. Do you want me to address the question?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize for that. So the question was, am I against the photo or am I against the confusing process? I would say that I have not seen evidence that the photo addresses the kind of fraud that you've been hearing about. So I'm concerned that we would be putting time and resources and a confusing process behind something that once photos are on EBT cards, you would still be getting those phone calls. People would still be perceiving fraud, even with the photo on the EBT card. The expense is absolutely a concern. When Pennsylvania considered adding a photo to their EBT cards, the cost estimate would increase from 23 cents per card to $8 per card. That's a very significant increase when we're talking about tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of cards. The process back in 2014 was very confusing. So there are a list of exempt individuals. And unfortunately, when the administration first implemented photos on EBT cards, a notice went out to every single SNAP recipient in the state of Maine, even those that were exempt. So people were getting this notice saying, you have to come into your local HHS office and take a photo and put it on your EBT card. And so many of those things were incorrect. There were a lot of people that were exempt. People over 60, people under 18, people with disabilities, homeless, victims of domestic violence, and those for whom a photo is a religious concern. They all got the notice just as if they were not exempt. I was working at Preble Street at the time, and I heard story after story of people going into the HHS office. It was absolutely voluntary. That was the intention of the policy. And time again, people would say, no, I don't want a photo on my EBT card, and they would lose their benefits. So that's a big concern of mine. And then the third concern is that point of transaction when the cashier says, oh, your photo doesn't match the EBT card, or the photo doesn't match your face. You can't use this card. That happened. It happened in Maine. There was no litigation in Maine. There was litigation, as I mentioned, in Massachusetts at Costco. So there are a lot of points along the way that I have concerns. Did I answer your question, or did I just talk for a while?
No, thank you. That was very good. However, it obviously leads to many other questions, which we will get into at the work session. Thank you, Amy.
You're welcome. And I'm happy to be at the work session.
Representative Madigan has joined us. Would you care to introduce yourself before asking your question?
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Colleen Madigan. I represent House District 110, which is part of Waterville and part of Oakland. I apologize for being a little late. I was having some technical problems this morning. My question, and I apologize, I missed apparently the first few folks in the presentation of the bill, but my question has to do with, well, EBT cards are used much like anyone's bank card, right? You know, you go into the store and you buy stuff with that. And we don't have picture ID on your bank card, you know, your debit card, your credit card, or anything. And for myself, I take care of my elderly parents and my mother who's homebound, and frequently I have her PIN number. I go out and do her shopping for her. And so I'm wondering kind of, what does this attempt to do when there's people who need assistance? You know, getting, you know, I go and pick up her meds, I go pick up what she needs from the grocery store, whatever, and I use her card. I don't like fraud, and I don't know that this bill captures the kind of fraud we're hoping to stop, rather than put a barrier into people who help care for people who need help getting
Is this
things
a
like
question
medication.
is this a question for Ms. Galland?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I mean, it seems to me it's a barrier. I mean, do we have, I mean, you said you had evidence or you had information about how it's a barrier for folks. I certainly don't want to see elderly people not be able to have their daughters go get their food or their medication. There's my question. Can you?
Don't you agree?
Don't you agree?
So I think another way to ask that question is, will you be presenting the evidence that you have in a written format, Ms. Gallant, submitting it to the committee, or be speaking to that at the work session?
So I've submitted a detailed testimony. I don't know if it's in front of you. If that, and I will provide any information that can be helpful to clarify. But I do encourage you to take a look at that testimony, the written testimony in front of you, and let me know where those gaps might be. I do think that, so just like a debit card, the identification of a SNAP card is the PIN. And just as Rep. Madigan said, so the SNAP PIN is for the whole household. It's also for a designated representative, whether it's a daughter caregiving or a in-law caregiving or a home health worker. So to have that single photo on the card is confusing. Massachusetts ended up coming up with 3 different cards. They have a card that is for everyone that has to have a photo. And then they have another card for people who opt out of the photo. And then they have a card for people who are exempt from the photo. So that's one workaround to say, as a SNAP recipient over 60, for example, one would be exempt from having a photo. So they would have an EBT card saying this EBT card is valid without photo. It adds, I mean, having 3 different variations of a single card is certainly an administrative increase for the department. It also could potentially add confusion at the point of transaction if the cashier is used to looking for the same card and now he or she is looking at 3 different cards. Again, it's in my testimony. Happy to provide more details if it's not quite answering the questions.
Thank you. Representative Lemelin, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Senator. A quick comment first, and that is as far as the lawsuit for credit card IDs compared to EBT card IDs, that's confusing to me because first of all, every store is required to ask for an ID when you use a credit card. Most of them don't, but technically they do, and they're supposed to match your signature on the back. So if they're not doing that, maybe we need a law implementing that also, because there's a lot of credit card fraud too. But my question more is, how many busts have there been for cards being sold or traded? And number 2, how many cards show up at drug busts? Do you have those numbers?
Those are great questions. So the information that I have is that in the years that the SNAP cards in Maine has photos, the Attorney General prosecuted 14 cases of EBT related fraud, and 3 of those involved an individual using a card that they were not authorized to use. So those 3 were specifically, you know, I'm using your card and I'm not authorized to use that card. I did about a month ago, I did contact the Attorney General's office to ask if they have updated numbers. They were not able to provide those numbers for me. I think that would be a very interesting question coming from the committee clerk. Anecdotally, there are a lot. If you Google photos on EBT cards at drug busts, you're going to come up with story after story after story. What I couldn't find are the details of those, the data, the information that this committee should be basing their legal decisions on. And just one final comment that when we're digging down into the fraudulent use of EBT cards, most of that fraud it's in 2 categories. The first, as I said, with the Attorney General's discoveries here in Maine, it's a participant fraudulently claiming more benefits than they are eligible for. And the second is a retailer that is going to be exchanging. So here's an EBT card with $50 on it, and exchanging that for cash at a lesser value. And Rep. Connor used the word trafficking. That's exactly what EBT card trafficking is. It's that illegal exchange between an EBT card user and the retailer. That is another area that I think if this committee really wants to look at mitigating fraud in the program, look at the retailers, look at how we can mitigate that fraud. Does the photo on an EBT card at a greater cost to the state mitigate that fraud? I don't know. I don't think so. I think that exchange would happen anyway, particularly if it's the retailer saying, you know, I'll buy that card from you. And I also want to pause and say that there are a lot of food security advocates that would be cringing at my testimony. There's a lot of theory around saying, like, once you open up the conversation around fraud, it's just a slippery slope. I don't want to be that advocate. I want to work with you. I want to work with you to say there is misuse, there are mistakes on both sides. The department also makes mistakes. The department will sometimes overpay an EBT card, and then they have to give that back, which is really, really challenging. So if this committee wants to look at mitigating EBT fraud, let's do that together. This particular photo, I don't think is the best use of your resources.
Yes, Representative Dager. Oh, sorry, follow up, Representative Lemlin?
Yes, one quick thing. I think, Amy, you're actually supporting Representative Connor's bill, to be honest with you, because if there are only 14 cases registered for this type of fraud, you know there's hundreds. So the ID would seem to be helpful, because if there's only 14, there's a problem. And it shows, because you also stated if you look at all the drug information, it shows that the cards, that there's something there. You're saying, well, there wasn't enough detail for me. Well, it sounds like there's a lot of details, in my opinion. And like I said, I think you're supporting Representative Connor, but thank you.
So maybe Representative Lemlin, we can get some information about return on drug busts and things like that. Maybe the AG has some of that information for the work session.
Yes, and Senator, I'd also like to look into the cost factor. She said it went from below 50 cents to $8 with a photo ID.
No, it's in Pennsylvania. Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to see more facts on that if I could, Senator.
That would be good for the work session. Thank you.
Chair
Representative
Claxton?
Dager.
I'm sorry, Chair Claxton, can I just clarify? I think it's important that I do stay on the record as opposing this bill.
Yes.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'd be interested in something that had already been brought up regarding the that 1 year when photos were required. It would be good to know what that the amount, the number was before and after. I think Ms. Gallant, you were just supposing that it would be good to get that information since then, more updated information. I guess I'm just saying I would love that not only after but before, because we have a nice little, if you will, a natural experiment. If there were 3 cases involving an individual using a card that they weren't authorized to use during the sort of the test case of test period requiring photos, we would need to compare that before and after to know if the photos had any, were associated with any decrease during that time. So that's just, I guess it's a request to the analysts to see if we can get that information from the Attorney General for before as well as after, as Ms. Gallant brought up. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Craven. As soon as you're unmuted, we'll want to hear from you.
Sorry, Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm coming in late here and missed the bulk of the conversation. But
So
I
is this a
wanted-
question? Is this a question for Ms. Gallant that you
Yeah.
have?
Well, it's a question generally about the bill.
Well, maybe we should say that until the end when we collect the questions for the analysts.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, Representative Griffin?
Thank you, Amy, for your time. I just have a quick question. Do you have a recommendation of how to improve the integrity of this program other than having the photo? With all your experience, maybe you just have an idea of a way to help prevent any fraud?
I love this question. Thank you for it. So Governor LePage's cornerstone of his policy agenda was cracking down on welfare, right? He had a running list outside of his office about data and fraud, and this was part of that package. Photos on EBT cards were part of that package. I would wish that the resources dedicated to that particular policy agenda and what this committee is talking about worked on the front end, making sure that those who are applying with accuracy. There are a couple of other bills that this committee and the Education Committee are looking at to strive for a family or an individual telling the state their income story one time. And from that income story, this is all of my income, this is all of my demographics, children, et cetera. The department would then, Department of Ed, Department of Health and Human Services would then determine, much as they do through My Main Connection, what that family is eligible for. If we can ensure, based on my expertise in this area, if we can ensure that that eligibility information is streamlined and accurate, I believe the state would see an increase in program integrity that is worth the cost and worth the resources. I think the biggest challenge, so that's the direction that I would point you in. As this committee gathers the evidence of the photos on EBT cards efficacy in preventing fraud, I would encourage you not only to look at Maine, but also Tennessee, Missouri, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. Those are the states that have photos on EBT cards and then stopped because they determined that it was too expensive and not achieving the goals that they wanted to achieve. And then finally, I think that anything we do really needs to be balanced with the impact of those that will drop from the program erroneously, unintentionally. As we layer on barriers, such as you've got to come in and I have to take your photo, people who are eligible for SNAP, particularly older Mainers, we know that Maine does a really good job enrolling the people who are eligible, except for when we look at older Mainers. If Maine seniors get a notice in the mail saying you're going to have to come on in and get a photo, we know that they're already hesitating to sign up for the program because of the stigma. That's one more thing telling them, shame on you for asking for help. So I want to be really careful that this intention does not turn to eliminating people who are otherwise eligible for the program. And I don't want to make that, I know that, if I was on the floor, I would be gavelled and, don't speak to other people's intentions. And I don't think that is the intention of this bill, Rep. Conner. I don't believe that. I've seen it before. As I said, when we lived through this, 6 years ago, a lot of people lost their benefits. A lot of people lost their benefits. And I don't want this committee to go down that road again. I don't believe that's what you're striving for.
So Ms. Gallant, if you had some bullet points that you could put together about recommendations to how to address fraud associated with EBT card use, that would be helpful for the work session.
Excellent.
Would that get at what your question was, Representative Griffin?
Yes, that would be good. Yes,
No,
thank
that's-
you.
That'd be good to have. Okay. Are there any other questions for Ms. Gallant? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And now we'll go to Deborah Ibanwa. Ibanwa? I
Ibonwa.
apologize. I'm sorry about the last name.
That's okay. Happens all the time.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Deborah Ibonwa, and I am a policy and legal advocate at Maine Equal Justice. MEAJ is a nonprofit legal aid organization working to increase economic security, opportunity, and equity for people in Maine. I'm testifying on behalf of MEAJ in opposition to LD 287. This bill requires that EBT cards include a photograph of a recipient of benefits and removes the requirement that a recipient of benefits consent in writing to the inclusion of a photograph on their card. We oppose this for various reasons. First, Maine implemented this policy before, and the policy was suspended in 2019 because it caused problems for impacted parties and at times raised issues with USDA. Maine largely abandoned its photo EBT card policy because it caused anxiety and confusion among program participants, causing some to lose access to nutrition assistance, and placed local retailers at unnecessary legal risk. In fact, the evidence shows that this policy is flawed, and that is illustrated by the fact that today only 2 states are implementing this policy. Additionally, photo EBT cards are discriminatory and risk denying SNAP recipients their right to use their food supplement benefits. Federal law provides that a SNAP recipient may authorize others to use their card to shop for them, and many older Mainers and people with disabilities use this option, and this would make that process a lot harder for many Mainers. Third, photo EBT cards accomplish little but cost a lot of taxpayer dollars. Photo EBT card legislation has generally been presented to combat fraud, including trafficking of benefits. However, evaluations of photo EBT policies have concluded that a photograph does little to combat card trafficking. Also, the consensus across the country seems to be that photo EBT cards are simply just not worth it. Today, Massachusetts and Missouri are the only states that have such a law on the books, or are implementing this law, despite the fact that in both states, findings have concluded that a photo EBT has little to no impact on trafficking, and its costs outweighed any benefits. Furthermore, in Massachusetts, the policy has proven useless. Data suggests that the state has applied this requirement to only 25% of SNAP participants, given that 75% of EBT holders were exempt from the photo requirement as of 2016. I am happy to answer any questions. I wanted to make sure I kept that brief.
Thank you for that testimony. And you're under the 3-minute deadline. Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Javner.
Thank you very much, Senator Claxton. I just have one question. You referred to the problems that sometimes the photo might have with and it raised questions with the USDA. Do you know what some of those issues were?
Yeah. So the USDA data shows that trafficking typically involves retailer, as someone mentioned before, Emily mentioned before, owners and employees who are sold the balance of an EBT card by the recipient. And the USDA data shows that this kind of trafficking or fraud actually is not impacted by such a policy that's being proposed today. So that's data from the USDA is what I meant to say.
Oh, okay, thank you. So your data was coming from the USDA.
Mm-hmm.
All right, okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Mama. Glad you could be here. And we'll now go to Izzy Ostrowski. welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and esteemed members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Izzy Ostrowski, and I'm the Maine Hunger Initiative Social Change Advocate at Preble Street, a human services anti-poverty agency with over a dozen programs and services provided across the state. I'm here today to testify in opposition to LD 287. Maine is facing a hunger crisis. Now more than ever, people are struggling to make ends meet and purchase nutritious food for themselves and, for many, their families. This is reflected by the 1 million meals that Preble Street served in 2020 and the long lines outside of our food pantry. With food insecurity affecting 1 in 8 adults and 1 in 5 children in Maine, we should be ensuring that SNAP is accessible. If this bill were to pass, however, the result would be the complete opposite. This bill would create additional barriers for people who utilize EBT cards for various services, which Amy, Deb, and Representative Madigan referred to. Again, it would create barriers for caregivers who assist people receiving public benefits, making it difficult, if not impossible, for them to shop on their behalf. And I'd also like to reiterate that many benefits are allocated per household, not per person, which means that more than one person may use the EBT card to shop for their family. EBT cards printed with the beneficiary's photograph will only add to the stigma and shame that many folks are already subjected to for utilizing SNAP. If a person doesn't need to show ID using a debit card, then they shouldn't be required to do so when using an EBT card. To quote Jim Devine, an advocate with Homeless Voices for Justice, "When you lose your home and become homeless and have to live in a shelter, there is no place to keep your belongings safe all the time. It is easy to lose your ID and other papers, and to replace an ID takes money, sometimes a car to get to different offices, and sometimes having to replace other papers first." A resident of Portland who appreciates the anonymity of the current EBT card remarked on how anxious he felt when he first used SNAP. He kept thinking that everyone was going to be looking at him, judging him, and getting frustrated because he was holding up the line. He was glad that the EBT card looked like a regular debit card because he didn't feel singled out for needing assistance in order to put food in his refrigerator and cupboards. Another Mainer who has utilized SNAP and remarked on the positive transition from paper stamps to a plastic card said that having to show an ID on an EBT card would be like going backwards. And Maine doesn't have time to move backwards. And while we sit here today, there are thousands of Mainers who are wondering where their next meal will come from.
30
Why
seconds.
add another burden? Thank you. Why add another burden to people who are already carrying a full load? Preble Street respectfully asks you to vote against this bill and prioritize the importance of Mainers accessing food with dignity and respect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Ostrowski? I don't see any. Thank you for that. So then we'll go to Megan Hannon. If you are unmuted and ready to go, it looks like.
It looks like. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, ladies and gentlemen of the Joint Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm Megan Hannon, Executive Director of Community Action Partnership, and we oppose LD 287. For more than 50 years, Community Action has served as a dynamic and community-based force in addressing the causes and conditions of poverty throughout Maine and the country. Our 10 community action agencies deliver programs and services for people with low and moderate income, including the Home Energy Assistance Program, or HEAP, Workforce Development, the Current Rental Relief Program, Head Start, and more. MECAP opposes policies that propose the possibility of shaming people who are supporting themselves and their families by using programs for which they qualify. We oppose the bill that became the current law, allowing pictures, and we oppose it now. This type of bill has been offered and rejected appropriately for many years. People with low income face a variety of obstacles on the road to independence and self-sufficiency. Many need further education or training to find and keep a decent paying job. Many struggle with covering the costs of childcare during the time that they are at work or furthering their education. They struggle to afford healthy meals for their families, and the last thing they need is to call attention to themselves by using what should be a common run-of-the-mill debit card. So in Maine, who does use a SNAP EBT card? In 2019, 157,000, or 12% of the state population. Nearly 55% are families with children and/or families with people who are older or have disabilities. People who use the program do so because they need it. 16% have income at 50% or below of poverty. 54% are between 51 and 100% of poverty. My written testimony includes some more facts that you can look at when you have a chance. So put yourself in their shoes. Representative Madigan actually addressed this earlier. Is your picture on the debit card you use when you go to Hanford or Shaw's or wherever you shop? Of course not. So what is this really about? There's only one reason to require a picture on an EBT card, which is to call out that shopper as someone who's low income. Previous testimony has covered the many reasons that a photo on an EBT card do not solve the problems they are intended to solve. SNAP fraud does happen, but it is rare. People with low income rely on this program to feed their families. They love their families and they use these funds for that. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Are there any questions? Thank you for being here. Have a good rest of the day. At this point, I realized I haven't given Representative Craven a chance to introduce herself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston.
Or Representative Perry.
Good morning. I'm Representative Ann Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes the communities of Indian Township, Baileyville, Bering, Callis, Charlotte, Robbinston, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
And before we go to Molly Bogart, I'm going to turn this over to Representative Meyer and have her chair the rest of the morning until I get back. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And welcome, Molly Bogart.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer, Representative Connor, and members of the committee. My name is Molly Bogart. I am Director of Government Relations for the Department of Health and Human Services and testifying in opposition to this bill. First, I just want to draw your attention to a letter from Director Tony Pilot of the Office for Family Independence that has been submitted to you. I do not need to repeat many of the good stories and data that you've heard so far, but do want to add that the department has a robust fraud investigation and recovery unit, as well as a program integrity team that work with OFI, the Office for Family Independence. And we do not believe, both from our past experience and through research that we have seen, that this bill, or including photos on EBT cards, has any relationship to improving program integrity or reducing SNAP benefits tracking. A 2018 study conducted by the Congressional Research Service found that there's little to no effect of photo EBT cards on trafficking benefits, and that study is linked in Director Pilot's letter. I think it's also important to recognize that multiple members of a household, as well as other trusted persons who are not in a household, are allowed to use an EBT card as long as that person has the appropriate PIN number. And so food supplement recipients, as well as their trusted individuals purchasing items on their behalf, could and were illegally denied by a retailer if their picture was not the picture on the card, even when they were entitled to those benefits. Based on our previous experience with these cards and the cost incurred, we have concerns about this becoming law again, and there's a little bit more about our anticipated costs in Director Pilot's letter. So I know there are a lot of questions, and we'll work to get some of the information that you've requested already for you at the work session, and I'm happy to take any other questions that you might have right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bogart. Yes, Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Molly. I just wanted to know what happened with people who have disabilities or senior citizens who can't drive or can't shop for themselves. When we had this law before, how did people manage that? You know, like group home employees or others who would shop on behalf of people who qualified for EBT cards?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that's part of the reason that this provision is so problematic, because all of those individuals are legally able to purchase benefits, purchase items on an individual's behalf, but I don't have any data for you. I can ask Office for Family Independence, or more likely some of the advocates who work with clients might have stories that could inform this, but there certainly was concern about being accused of fraud when people were using cards in a completely appropriate way. And I'll see if I can find any data to illustrate that a little bit more effectively. But those are exactly the scenarios in which we see these to be problematic, because if an individual who is entitled to the benefits has a card with their photo on it, but they're unable themselves to either have the transportation or the physical ability to get to a store to purchase items, it is perfectly reasonable for them to have someone do that on their behalf. But if there's a photo on that EBT card that the individual purchasing is not of that person, there's a concern that they could either be illegally denied using those benefits, or perhaps not even attempt to use those benefits out of that fear.
Representative Javner, question for Molly Bogart. You're on mute, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Meyer. Good morning, Molly. I have a couple questions. Number one, what kind of training does the department offer for vendors, and if there is any? And number two, can we possibly use the main driver's license database to auto-populate the EBT card issues so that we're being more responsible and keeping track of who can and cannot utilize those cards?
Yeah, absolutely. I will work with OFI to get information about the training that we provide to vendors. And I would have to talk to the Secretary of State's office. There's often an issue if someone has not affirmatively allowed the Secretary of State to share their photo, we probably wouldn't be able to use that. And I think there are probably a significant number of SNAP recipients who don't have driver's licenses. So we might have to wrangle with that, but happy to look into it.
Great, thank you. I have one more question.
Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Meyer. I apologize. Someone previously mentioned, people under 18 being able to have an EBT card. What are the parameters of the recipients of an EBT card? What are the age? Are there any age limits on that, Molly?
I'll have to get back to you with that. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but I know that children can be recipients of SNAP benefits. And so I'll find out if there are any parameters around who can have an EBT card.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Additional questions from Molly Bogart? Seeing none, thank you, Molly. Up next in the queue is Riley McNeil. Welcome.
Hello. Good morning, Representative Meyer, Senator Claxton, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Riley McNeil, and I am a resident of Biddeford, Maine, where I was born and raised. I am also a student of social work at the University of Southern Maine. I'm here to testify in opposition of LD 287, an act to require electronic benefits transfer cards to be printed with the beneficiary's photograph. As a child, my family received SNAP benefits, and I frequently went grocery shopping with my mother. Going to the grocery store was not a pleasant experience, not because I was running long errands with my mother and lacked patience, but because I received EBT and the stigma that accompanies it. The stigma that tells poor people that they are lazy, unreliable, untrustworthy, and not hardworking. I remember walking into Hannaford on Elm Street and frantically scanning the cash registers in hopes that the cashier wouldn't be someone that I knew. Oftentimes, that was not the case since Biddeford is a small town. That person would be one of my peers or one of my siblings' peers. I feared that they too would carry the same beliefs that I had heard in the news and that I had seen or heard from word of mouth or Facebook posts. The stigma associated with being poor is a heavy weight to bear, and I believe that making recipients have photo ID would deter people from receiving help. I also remember going to Ray's Market, a small market that accepted EBT near my neighborhood. On hot summer days when we had the funds, I would ride my bike down to that market, maybe get an ice cream or a cheap snack. And I think of the joy that that would bring, being able to have the autonomy to get a snack on my own. I also think that IDs on EBT cards would not support this either. In social work school, the first principle that we learn is that people have the right to self-determination and, most importantly, choice. I believe that people should have the choice to decline having their photo ID on EBT cards. They deserve as much privacy as the next person in line paying for their groceries without SNAP benefits. This is policing poor people and taking away their choice. To put a photo ID on EBT cards on the belief that those receiving benefits are committing fraud is affirming the ideas that I had internalized in my childhood about poor people, including myself, that poor people are lazy, steal, and are undeserving of our trust. This legislation is not in good faith, and I urge you not to support this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McNeil, for that testimony. Questions for Ms. McNeil? Seeing none, I want to thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
My list has two others who were to provide testimony against this bill, S. Butler and Gina Ledoux Kuntz, and I'm not seeing them here. That concludes the testimony on this bill on 287. Additional questions for our analysts or requests for information for the work session from the committee? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on LD 287 and open the public hearing on LD 503.
Oh, I've lost one. Can you hear me?
Welcome.
No?
Oh, welcome the bill's sponsor, Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Representative Meyer. Sorry, I'm working at my sugar house this morning. We're getting ready for May Maple Sunday. It's just kind of a crazy day here. So thank you, Representative Meyer. I think Senator Claxton has left for the moment. So I am Mary Ann Kinney. I represent House District 99, which includes the towns of Brooks, Burnham, Freedom, Jackson, Knox, Monroe, Thorndike, Troy, and Unity in Waldo County. And I am here to present LD 503, a resolve to help children in therapeutic foster care move toward adoption. I am aware that the department has some concerns, and I completely understand. However, the issue that was brought to me around the therapeutic care level care is for foster children who have long-term permanent disabilities requiring ongoing permanent treatment. Currently, these children are in the foster care system are receiving a higher, I don't know the term for it. They get the foster parents get a higher payment to take care of these children. And that payment drops significantly from what I understand. I'm not a foster parent, and so this was brought to me by a friend who has some children that she is actually planning to adopt. But the cost, the reimbursement to them drops significantly after adoption, but the costs do not. For this particular person, she's able to absorb those costs herself, but she knows that there are many others in foster care that have issues around this financially. And so I brought this forward for her. To me, the idea of getting children a path to adoption rather just being in the foster care system is important, to be able to have these children have an opportunity to have a permanent home, a permanent place to call home. And that was the reason for me bringing forward this bill. And I would be happy to answer any questions if I can.
Thank you, Representative. Questions from the committee for the bill's sponsor? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Seeing none, have a great day.
Thank you.
Providing testimony in opposition to the bill is Director Todd Landry. Dr. Landry. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Representative Meyer, members of the Joint Standing Committee. My pleasure to be with you today. I'm Todd Landry. I'm the Director of the Office of Child and Family Services within the Department of Health and Human Services. Want to add my thanks to the representative for bringing this bill forward. We are here today to testify in opposition to the bill and share some concerns related to the bill. We have two real primary concerns about this bill. One of those primary concerns, it has a possible unintended consequence to disincentivize efforts to address a child's needs and move them to non-treatment level foster care. As the name implies, treatment foster care is really meant to provide treatment for children in care, primarily those with mental or behavioral health needs. It's not intended to be an ongoing, long-standing, permanent service for children within foster care or who are in the care and custody of the state. Instead, it's meant to address a child's needs to improve their functioning and ideally help those children move to lower levels of care as those needs are treated or covered. Under the current system, I should point out, for adoption subsidy, moving to that piece of the concerns, the rate is negotiated for each individual adoption. So if we have parents that have concerns about the needs of a child and the costs associated with meeting those needs, they bring those forward during that discussion for consideration and ultimate determination. So children with significant needs due to a medical condition or a disability or a mental or behavioral health issue may be eligible for an enhanced reimbursement rate, and often then that rate then carries over if the child is adopted into the adoption subsidy rate. It's important to keep in mind that adoption subsidy is not intended to pay adoptive parents to care for the child or all of the costs to care for a child, but instead to reimburse for certain costs associated with raising a child. The other thing that I would like to point out is that all of the children who are adopted out of the care and custody of the state remain eligible for main care. So all of their physical health or any other main care covered health needs, mental health, physical health, behavioral health, all continue to be covered by main care. It is our experience within OCFS that families who are interested in adoption move forward, given the existing flexibility we already have for enhanced subsidy rates based on that child's required level of care. I also want to point out that children, again, adopted through the foster care system remain eligible for main care until their 26th birthday. And so it's not until they reach the age of majority. This minimizes the cost of the adoptive family for any of those ongoing treatment needs. This proposal would likely have a fiscal impact. And if the resolve is passed without any allocation of funding, it would likely result in funding reductions for other programs currently available to all foster and adoptive parents, such as the Adoptive and Foster Families of Maine or clinical resources and supports for parents. The fiscal impact would be even more significant if the change proposed by the bill were to apply not just to future adoptions, but to all previous adoptions of children who were in treatment foster care prior to adoption. So we wanted to make you aware of the concerns as you consider this proposal. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this bill. Be happy to try to address questions that you may have.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Landry? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. I see no one else in the queue to provide testimony on 503. So I'll ask the committee to offer up questions or requests for additional information for the work session. Yes, Representative Javner.
Thank you, Representative Meyer. I would like to know, if possible, the number of families or number of children that this would be affecting as for the work session, please. Thank you.
Seeing no further requests for information, I will.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Yes, I'm sorry.
I would like to see, because one, I appreciate where Representative Kinney is coming from in terms of this bill. If we could get some information about what the differences are in the pay and just more context so I could understand some of the needs that she's trying to address would be helpful. I don't know what the usual rates are that adoptive families get and versus the therapeutic foster home. So if we could get some more detailed information so we know exactly, we can compare apples to apples kind of thing, or apples to oranges if we have to, but I just need some more context like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no hands up, I will close the public hearing on LD 503 and I will open the public hearing on LD 629.
Representative Meyer.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Representative Wiseman was just here a moment ago in the attendees list, but I don't see him there now. Should we take a couple minutes and I'll see if I can find him?
Yeah, why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Okay.
And come back at 10:15.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Representative Reisman,
Hi, can you hear me?
we can hear you.
Oh,
We can hear you. Welcome. So we're going to open up the public hearing on LD 629. Resolve to establish the task force to study improving safety and provide protection from violence for healthcare workers in hospitals and mental health care providers. So we'll welcome the bill's sponsor, Representative Reisman. Welcome.
Representative and Chairman. Thank you to both Senator Claxton and yourself, Representative Meyer, as the chairman, and other distinguished members of the committee. I'm here today not to present a lot of testimony because I think there are people far more knowledgeable about this issue than I am, probably waiting to testify. This bill is a result of a lot of life experience and issues that constituents talk to me about, and the concerns of the healthcare providers who provide services not only in the hospitals but in mental health situations in offices around the state. And although a fairly decent job has been done providing a program to protect workers around potential violence, I think a task force to take a better look at why we're having these issues and what we can do to better address them across the board here in the state. I did submit through the analysts a recommendation from an interested citizen about making amendments to this, and I guess it didn't make it all the way through. I would like to, at some point, be able to have you consider changing the representation a little bit to make it more inclusive of the types of people who would be dealing with these types of issues in general, so we have a rounded committee to look at the issues. So I'll have to work with you on, if you're willing to work with me on it, I'd love to present this to you in committee. And outside of that, I don't have a lot more to add. I'm going to leave it to other folks to present the issues to you. So I'll be glad to answer any questions that I may be able to at this point, but let's, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just got, there's just a chat message from the analyst. I'd be glad to answer any questions at this point, but that's all I have for you right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Questions for the bill's sponsor? Seeing none, we thank you for being here today, Representative.
Thank you.
Up next in the queue is Lisa Harvey McPherson. Welcome.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, good morning, Representative Meyer and committee members. My name is Lisa Harvey McPherson, and I'm here to testify in support of the amended version
Lisa,
of this bill.
Lisa,
Yes?
can you just either put your picture, you're breaking up a little bit.
Okay. Okay, is this better?
That is better.
Okay. I want to be very clear. I'm here testifying in support of the amended version of this bill.
We're Lisa, I'm sorry to interrupt you again. We're having a very hard time hearing you. It's breaking up even with your video off.
Okay.
You want to go a little bit closer to the microphone, maybe?
Is this better?
Well, start again and we'll let you know.
Okay. Good morning. I want to be very clear that I'm testifying in support of the amended version of this bill. No, I can see people can't.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I can't hear her.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Lisa. We're just not able to
Okay.
hear you.
I will reach out to Carrie about calling in.
Okay, that sounds great.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So we will move, is Jeff Austin here? Not seeing Jeff Austin. Why don't we give it a minute or so and see if Ms. Harvey McPherson can call in, because she is the only person here to provide testimony. So we'll give her a minute. I want to thank everyone for their patience. We continue to iron out the wrinkles of committee work in the virtual environment. So I'm seeing from our analyst's note in the chat that she had forwarded you the amended version that Representative Reisman referred to, and that Ms. Harvey McPherson was going to testify in support of. So that amended version is in our email.
Representative Meyer,
Yes.
I believe Lisa is in the queue with a call-in number, so I'm going to allow her to talk now.
Thank you.
There, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can, Lisa.
Fantastic. I appreciate your patience with the technology. And as I had begun to reference, I am speaking in support of the amended version of this bill. We do oppose the original bill as drafted, but the amendment is extremely important. As I go through my testimony, you'll certainly understand why. One of the highest priorities for Northern Light Health is keeping our patients, our families, and our staff members safe and secure at all of our service locations. And we do not tolerate episodes of workplace violence against our workforce. Each of our members has a work violence prevention program, and we also have a system-wide workplace violence prevention committee that's comprised of nurses and other employees that work to reduce or mitigate incidences of violence against our employees. And despite our zero tolerance commitment and proactive approaches, violence against our employees does occur. And when violence occurs, as our nurses and doctors and others are responding to an emergency situation and they are assaulted, that is a Class C crime. And attached to my testimony is the statute that defines this Class C crime. And it's often difficult for our employees to file charges against a patient in our care. It simply is not the culture of a doctor or a nurse to file a legal claim of assault, a criminal assault against our patients. It's very difficult to do. And I remember when I was in nursing school, it was never described as part of my professional responsibility. So to understand and support our employees, we created a new program called You Report, and we support at all levels of management and leadership. We support our employees to file a claim of criminal assault when that event occurs from a patient or a family member. Now, one of the challenges our employees express to us is when they do file that legal claim, their identifying information, who they are and where they live, is released to the individual who is alleged to have committed the crime. And so very often that in itself is a barrier to reporting as they fear retaliation. So we've discussed internally, and I know that the Maine Hospital Association members have also discussed, can we pursue a pathway where the hospital reports the crime, representing the employee, and provides all of the information that we have on the assault that has occurred? And this is where the amendment to the bill becomes critically important, because the next conversation we really need to have and want to have is defined in this amendment. And it creates a task force that represents hospitals, local law enforcement, district attorneys, and the judiciary to review the process by which criminal law cases may be brought related to incidences of violence in hospitals where the patients or individuals related to the patients assault hospital or medical staff. This conversation is critically important for us to be able to navigate the role that the hospital can have in protecting our employees, supporting our zero tolerance policy, and having the hospital bear the burden and the responsibility, should the hospital choose to pursue that assault charge. So with that, I welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Representative Perry.
Thank you. I do have a question, because there are situations, well, I think of Riverview or Dorothea Dix, where there are known mental health violent patients that need to be treated. And some are through the court system itself, and how you deal with the cross between treatment and creating a greater problem. And does that get looked at, or is this going to be something that will be looked at? The other question that I have also is, are we also talking about the ability who works in group homes, assisted livings, where some of these things can happen as well, and how we look at that and how that should be pursued?
Okay, so I'll answer the mental health question from the perspective of Northern Lights Health. We certainly have assaults that do occur against our employees at Acadia Hospital. Clearly, all of those incidences are reported, and certainly part of our safety planning to mitigate the risk of those incidences. But I will say, as I researched the assault information across our system, we do not file charges at Acadia Hospital when assaults do occur from patients or family members against our staff. As far as the other settings, that's why I wanted to include the statute as a reference for you. The statute is pretty clear. It involves individuals who are committing assaults during a time in which hospital employees are responding to an emergency situation. That's the Class C crime. In other areas of the hospital and in other settings, assault is a Class D crime, as it is when assault occurs anywhere else.
Representative Perry, does that answer your question? You're on mute, Ann.
I'm sorry, it answers part of that. And I guess that's where the discussion about representation on the committee or the task force should occur.
Yeah. And if I may, I will say that if we can solve this question of the healthcare employer handling the responsibility of filing the charges when these assaults occur, we would have answered an important question that I think would go on beyond hospitals, because the Class D crime would occur in other settings where employees are working.
Representative Madigan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today, Lisa. I guess my question is, does Northern Light, or perhaps, just hospitals in general, have numbers as far as, the amount of these assaults, whether they've increased? I think of this like from a systems perspective, and I think, we're talking a lot about children winding up in the emergency room and waiting for a long time. People have a lot of questions about the availability of crisis services. So I guess I want to know, kind of just system-wide, is this more of a problem now, and can we connect it to any other problems that we're having?
So I anticipated that question, and I did gather some data among Northern Light Health hospitals. Some of the hospitals did report that the incidences of assaults did decrease during the term of the pandemic, simply because fewer patients at times were coming through the emergency room. But of the member hospitals, and this is directionally correct, I think I have two really small hospitals that I don't have data on, but for the data that I have, we recorded 555 assaults, and 101 were reported to law enforcement. So roughly 1 in 5 assaults are reported to law enforcement by the employee.
Representative Stover.
This may be a question for the work session, but Lisa, in your testimony, you had said that in the report, that the release of address of that employee needs to be included in the report. And I'm curious, having done a lot of work with protection orders and domestic violence and also workplace violence, is it possible, for discussion, is it possible that the employer's address could be stated in the report rather than, for instance, the home address of the employee? Because I see the risk that could be involved in some cases, in some very isolated cases where listing my personal address could put me at greater risk. Just something.
That is absolutely something that we are interested in discussing with law enforcement, the DA, and the judicial system. As much as we can, have the hospital's address and the hospital bear the burden of pursuing this claim through the criminal process.
Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. McPherson, I appreciate you bringing this up. And I've seen it happen. I've seen healthcare workers get assaulted, and it's ugly. And I understand the the dilemma, the professional dilemma that you spoke to. I guess my question is for you, or for today or the work session, is are you aware of any other jurisdictions, any other states, for instance, where that model exists and works, or how has it worked, and what might be ways that we could do that well, to have the employer act in the place of the assaulted healthcare worker?
That's a fantastic question, and I don't have the answer, but I will work with Jeff to reach out to our hospital association colleagues around the country and see what we can find out.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Lisa. We appreciate you being flexible enough to use the phone to call in so that we could hear your important testimony.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day. Seeing no other folks in the queue, I will ask the committee for any recommendations for additional information for the work session. Seeing none. Representative Perry, did you have?
I couldn't find my hand.
Okay. I could tell that you had something to add.
Yeah, I think my curiosity is that hospitals report sentinel events, and I should probably have asked Lisa this, but are these assaults listed as part of sentinel events as well? And if they are, I would, because that also means that they're not necessarily charged, but I would like to get a sense of how frequent they were, how many they were and how serious some of them were.
Thank you. Seeing actually Representative Stover.
Along the same lines, and I don't know if this data exists, and I would completely understand if it didn't. For those people who are in hospitals, and is there a way to sort who was in emergency rooms, who may have been waiting for a bed, for a mental health bed, which we know there are people languishing right now for very long periods of time there. I don't know if there's a way to sort who these people are, or, I mean, the third bundle, I could say, were any of them, jail transfers that came in for some sort of medical event where an assault. I'm just trying to, and or other. I'm just trying to sort out in my mind. And I know this is the work of the task force, and I don't want to duplicate what I think the task force will do, because I think it's pretty important work. But just to get a picture of almost like a sort of who are we talking about? And I think that's so situational that maybe it's a moot point, but if there's a way to have any sort of discussion at the work session about that, it just may be more than what Representative Reisman is looking for us to do with this bill. It may be the work of the task force. So I understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. And building off of what Representative Stover just referenced, I wonder how many of those assaults were from minors. Representative Madigan.
Thank you. Building off of both Representative Perry and Representative Stover, I was thinking of the sentinel events issue as well. So I know that mental health agencies and hospitals have to report those sentinel events, and that data is collected and sent to somewhere in the department. I don't know if it goes differently if you're reporting as a hospital or as an outpatient mental health facility, but if we can get an answer as far as where that information is collected, I think that would be helpful for whatever task force or whatever we decide to do. So.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands up, I will close the public hearing on 6/29 and inquire with Carrie if our the sponsor of 652 is with us, Representative Sachs.
Representative Meyer, I'm sorry, Mallory Shaughnessy would like to testify for 629 if possible.
Okay. I see her in the queue. I'm looking for Representative Sachs, the bill's sponsor. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, for the bill we
I'm
just
sorry.
heard.
So reopening the public hearing on 629 to take the testimony of Mallory Shaughnessy.
Okay, she'll be right here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Excellent. Sorry about that. I had put in my name to 2 different queues today, and somehow I didn't come out on this one as well. I will be testifying as well on the next one. But good morning, Representative Meyer, and looks like Senator Claxton is out right now, but members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. I am Mallory Shaughnessy, Executive Director of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services, the statewide association representing the majority of Maine's safety net community-based mental health and substance use treatment. And on behalf of the Alliance, I am here today to speak in support of LD 629. We support this bill and believe that violence towards healthcare practitioners and their staff is a serious safety issue that needs addressing. Too often, staff are not given the resources they need to safely support somebody seeking help. We see this across the state in residential settings as well, which I know you discussed a little bit, in which sometimes people are referred without the additional resources to fully support them and to preserve the safety of the staff and other residents. Healthcare staff and clinicians should be have the supports that they need to provide their services in a safe and secure manner. It's an issue that does need further review. We would support that to determine the best processes for addressing violence that may erupt in a hospital or healthcare setting. We believe there should be a process as well to determine if there is somebody in an acute mental health crisis or in the midst of a bad substance reaction, or if somebody is creating a dangerous situation due to anger or disagreement or some domestic disputes or some other type of issue. Different responses should be made according to the assessment results. And just making note that it is important to recognize that disruption or violence perpetrated by individuals with mental health or substance use disorders can represent a very complex behavior related to clinical as well as social components that need to be addressed and are often exacerbated by being arrested. And I think that was alluded to by others earlier as well. So I won't go further into that. But with the knowledge that it is the best practice to divert people with substance use and mental health disorders away from the justice system and into appropriate, secure, and supportive levels of care, we do support this bill. And thank you for hearing my testimony. Sorry, I somehow wasn't in the queue.
Certainly. Thank you for being here, Mallory. Questions for Ms. Shaughnessy? Representative Madigan, your hand is up. Is it still up from the, okay. Okay.
Thank
you. Seeing no questions, we'll see you on the next on the next LD. Thank you, Mallory.
Thank you.
So closing the public hearing on LD 629 and opening the public hearing on LD 652, an act to include an emergency reimbursement rate review process in rate setting by the Department of Health and Human Services, presented to us by the bill's sponsor, Representative Sachs. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me all right this morning?
We can.
Hello. So regards to Senator Claxton, and good morning, Representative Meyer and esteemed colleagues of the Joint Standing Committee of Health and Human Services. My name is Melanie Sachs, and I'm honored to represent House District 48, which is Freeport and part of Pownell. I'm also a licensed clinical social worker. I'm delighted to come to you before you today as sponsor of Bill LD 652, an act to include an emergency reimbursement rate review process and rate setting by the Department of Health and Human Services. I'd like to discuss the bill this morning by addressing three key areas. The what problem is this bill trying to solve? The why it's important that we as a legislature do so, and the how, what are the steps we need to consider, including the all-important cost factor. So let's begin with the what. This bill has four objectives. Number one is extending the extraordinary circumstances rate reimbursement review process to all services found in the main care benefit manual. The manual defines, quote, extraordinary circumstance as, quote, unforeseen and uncontrollable events during a year that result in unforeseen or uncontrollable increases in expenses. The extraordinary circumstance allowances rate review is currently only included in 3 of the 49 sections. So number two, it's adding to the descriptive list of extraordinary circumstances in the manual. There are several examples given of extraordinary circumstances, including but not limited to natural catastrophic events like fires and floods, or changes in numbers of license beds, for example. This bill explicitly includes consideration of local and state initiatives increasing wages or other benefits as part of the definition of extraordinary circumstances, given the increased frequency of their utilization. Number three, it's providing a pathway for individual providers or their representative associations to request an emergency rate review for extraordinary circumstances with deadlines that ensure a timely response from the department for these requests and requirements for clear communications on acceptance or decline of the request for review. There's currently no such mechanism for them to do so. And finally, the fourth objective is establishing an appeal process after the review, as there is currently not one available. The why. So statewide citizen referendums or local municipal ordinance changes are example of external forces which may impact the cost of business for a main care service provider. These may or may not be under the auspices of an emergency such as we have now, hopefully no more pandemics. However, issues such as increasing the minimum wage or establishing hazard pay statewide or locally have been recent examples of concern for providers, not because of the decision to raise wages, but because there's not a review or adjustment in main care rates. You'll hear about the impact of the lack of an available process for the provider community during further testimony today. Some providers did indeed, under this emergency allowance, receive a short-term rate allowance due to the pandemic based on their fee structure, but that's not the process we're discussing in this bill. This bill instead proposes systemic changes and provides a pathway for dialogue and response between DHHS and the provider community to address ongoing or shifting circumstances in the landscape of care provision. So the how. I've attached a slightly tweaked version of the bill language at the end of this testimony for your review, based on conversations with legislators and providers over the past few weeks to better reflect the scope of the bill's 4 proposals. That document has also been sent to your HHS analyst, committee analyst, Anna Broom, with gratitude for her expertise. I welcome further collaboration during the work session, particularly with this committee and the department, if that's appropriate. While the department may maintain they already have these extraordinary circumstances procedures in place, as we've seen, it does not extend to all services, nor provide a process for dialogue with providers. This bill was also written as proposing changes to be part of the reforms of the current rate system evaluation process. It seemed like the perfect time to add to this piece due to its ongoing review, although as you heard last week, this issue is not addressed thus far in that process. One note, the fiscal note came back with an extraordinarily inflated cost, might have given you a bit of pause as it did to me. It reflects a possible range of significant rate changes that could be made by DHHS if an extensive main care benefit section was chosen, say 65, for example. I do understand that fiscal notes often encompass the widest range of possibilities. This bill, however, merely lays out a process. It does not mandate a change in any rate. Any actual proposed rate changes, of course, would be carefully reviewed by the legislature and other entities before the expenditure is made. So LD 652 provides the pathway for both DHHS and providers to comprehensively respond to extraordinary circumstances within the scope of its reimbursed services, provides an option for the department that it currently does not have, while facilitating collaboration and quality service provision. I appreciate the opportunity to bring this legislation forward and look forward to answering your questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Questions for Representative Sachs? Seeing none. Next up in the queue, we have Laura Portis. Oh, I'm sorry. Missing those hands.
My hand oh, there it is.
I saw Representative Javner, followed by Craven, and then Senator Baldacci.
Thank you very much, Representative Meyer. Thank you, Representative Sachs, for bringing this before us today. As I'm sure you're aware, there are going to be lots of questions. My first question to you is, what is your definition of extraordinary circumstance? And then, when would these rate hikes, when would they actually end, in your view? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question, Representative Javner. Nice to meet you virtually as I've watched your committee. So they already have a definition. As I said, there are 3 sections where they have adopted this language in the main care benefit manual. That's section 67, section 50, and only parts of section 97, which is the PNMI, which is a little odd. So they define extraordinary circumstances, as I noted in my testimony, as unforeseen and uncontrollable events during a year that result in unforeseen or uncontrollable expenses that may request an adjustment to the prospective rate in the form of an extraordinary circumstance allowance. They have, within that statute, say they will determine whether it will have a continuing impact or whether the allowance should be included in the computation of the base rate for the succeeding year. So things that are in statute, for example, a minimum wage increase, they most likely would continue on because that's in statute, but other ones they don't. And it gives the department flexibility to consult with the legislature and examine any fiscal note going on. So what this does, Representative Jabner, and your excellent question, is just apply their same definition to many other sections of the benefit manual, as they already have a procedure in place. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. And I was listening to your testimony. I did hear that. So I just was super curious about if there was any expansion of it at all in your mind of what you were looking for or not, or anything that you wanted to kind of rank to kind of shrink it down or anything. So that does. Thank you very much.
And I appreciate that. The only change that we had asked for was just to acknowledge, to add to their descriptive list, which my apologies, I should have said include, but are not limited to, in the wonderful language of many manuals, that the only explicit change was to reference the state and local multiple ordinances. One of the reasons that this might be really helpful is DHHS cannot possibly always know when a local ordinance change comes that could potentially impact. And again, this helps providers be able to bring that to DHHS's attention. And if they choose to see that as an extraordinary circumstance after talking to the provider, they have this tool to be able to do so.
Thank you. Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome to our committee, Representative Sachs.
Thank you.
It's nice to see you. So the bill sounds so complex, actually, and I wonder what would happen or what the process would be, for example, if a nursing home or other facility would be going through bankruptcy or just have it being under threat to close because of lack of funding or because of bad management or any of those circumstances that really doesn't pertain to something outside of the department's the department's involvement or payment or oversight.
So you're wondering if I'm understanding you, Representative Craven, you're wondering if the definition of extraordinary circumstance would apply in that situation based on internal circumstances of their financial position?
Right.
To my understanding, it would not. Obviously, the department works with many facilities in terms of trying to help them with many aspects, but that would not seem to be a slippery slope issue. They've had these extraordinary circumstances, particularly Section 67 nursing facilities already has this. That's one of the three that already has this extraordinary circumstances clause, for example, in it. So again, this is just a way for them to respond as the landscape changes for many. As you'll hear from providers, for example, in the PNMI field, I believe Ms. Shaughnessy will talk about this. Because of those external forces, that's really what we're talking about, which seems to be the definition for DHHS, although of course they are welcome to change their own definition if they need to.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Senator Baldacci.
Thank you and welcome Representative Sachs to Health and Human Services. It's great to see you and thank you for your bill. So I did read the fiscal impact statement and I was thrown a little bit off, you know, because it's like, you know, throw a dart in some place and it might land on the right answer and it probably won't. But let me just state, and you can correct me, this is going to come with a question mark at the end. So am I correct in understanding that actually your bill calls for no actual spending? Your bill actually just allows a process to occur to give the administrators flexibility in what have already been defined as emergency circumstances and to apply that to more than just 3 sections of the main care, of the benefits and the policies and the sections that they have. So it applies to all sections uniformly, and they have that flexibility, correct? There's no spending that's required by passing this. This is really a tool in their toolbox.
You are now an unofficial co-sponsor of the bill, Senator Baldacci. That is exactly the intent of this bill.
Well, I just want to make sure, because oftentimes people will come back, no, it's all right. This is the
no,
way.
it's absolutely correct. No question mark needed. That this simply is a process to allow for that to happen if it's desired. We just don't have that mechanism right now. So I encourage you to read the fiscal note if you'd like a little wee bit of a heart attack, but it is not applicable because it initiates a process, which of course, as many of our bills do, could result in spending if that's what the department and the legislature allocate later on.
Thank you. Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Sachs, it is always lovely to see you. I guess my question is, in looking at there are 3, as you pointed out, 3 sections that do permit extraordinary circumstance rate reviews. Why these 3? Any insight?
Yeah. I don't know. I've asked the HHS, and perhaps I haven't seen their testimony, although my understanding is they didn't address that. I don't know the history of that, but again, just really hope that this would be a tool if needed for some of the other ones as well.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions for the bill sponsor? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative Sachs.
Thanks. I'm going to stay if permitted just to listen to the rest, and I'd be available for the work session as well, Madam Chair. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Please do.
Thank you so much for having me today.
Up next in the queue is Laura Cordes. Welcome.
Good morning, Representative Meyer, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Laura Cordes, Executive Director of the Maine Association for Community Service Providers. We are the statewide association of more than 70 organizations providing services and support for thousands of children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And I really appreciate the opportunity to come before you today to provide testimony in support of LD 652. And thank you, Representative Sachs and co-sponsors of the bill for bringing this thoughtful proposal forward. The bill, as just described, would compel the department to extend the process for emergency reimbursement rate reviews to be used at times of extraordinary circumstances for all main care sections. As outlined in the bill, the circumstances would include state and municipal requirements for increased minimum wages and other increased wages that affect main care reimbursement rates, as well as widespread outbreaks of diseases that require additional resources to offer services. And, you know, for our sector, providers of main care and Medicaid medically necessary services to Mainers with IDD, we rely on non-negotiable main care rates. And we're currently contending with 3 emergencies. Certainly, I believe all 3 are familiar to this committee. The first is outdated main care rates, especially for Section 21 residential services, which has a wage rate component of $11.21, which is nearly $1 below Maine's minimum wage. The second is the pandemic itself. We've certainly had an opportunity over the last few months to talk to you about the impact of the pandemic compounding the pre-existing workforce crisis in our sector, increasing costs, leaving cash-strapped employers with little to stabilize our essential workforce with competitive wage, incentive, or hazard pay. Our staff levels continue to decline. A recent MaxPay survey identified a loss between 16 and 20% of our workforce. That's nearly a loss of 2,000 essential direct care workers. Leaving for higher pain and lower risk positions. The third emergency is the recently passed Portland City Ordinance, which requires a time-and-a-half hazard pay during public health emergencies. This has left providers who are either based in Portland or providing in-home and community support services in Portland struggling to spread that same wage rate of $11.21 to $18 an hour. It's an untenable position. Staff hours have been cut, the quality of support and care has declined just to meet the hazard pay requirement. And now a few months into that, ordinance, the majority of our dozen providers supporting nearly 700 Mainers with IDD in Portland have now made the difficult decision to either end or relocate services to a different town altogether, simply because the state system, which we're relying on, is not designed to be adjusted for an emergency wage increase. This ultimately makes it difficult for the state to ensure that hundreds of Mainers in Portland will be able to maintain and secure access to services that they need and deserve in the city that they've chosen to call home. These are all emergencies, extraordinary circumstances that should warrant an opportunity for providers to have a vehicle to request an emergency rate review. Having a clear pathway to request this would give providers an opportunity to formally request an emergency review where they haven't had that opportunity before. And as the department continues to undertake the work of creating comprehensive, streamlined, coherent, and certainly transparent rate setting system, we encourage members of the committee to support the inclusion of an emergency rate review process in the system for all main care sections and providers. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Zager, your hand is up. Do you have a question for Ms. Cordes? No, no question. Seeing no questions from the committee, we thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Up next in the queue is Mallory Shaughnessy. Welcome back.
Hello, and I hope you can hear me again still.
We can.
Excellent. So yes, I am Mallory Shaughnessy. Thank you, Representative Meyer. And I thought I saw, yes, Senator Claxton is back as well. Good morning to you and members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. I am a resident of Westbrook and the Executive Director of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. And I am here today on behalf of them in support of LD 652. Thank you, Representative Sachs and the co-sponsors for bringing this issue forward. It is a critical issue to providers in our community. As been alluded to, the circumstances in the past few years, impacts of the pandemic, implementation of recent state changes to the minimum wage and benefits, local referenda, all of these are having impacts on the ability of providers of safety net services to continue to provide these services to men, women, and children in need. Currently, as you've also heard, when unfunded mandates like this are created through state or municipal rule or policy, there is no formal process for providers through many of the services currently being offered, as you heard from Representative Sachs' excellent explanation of that. But it is important to remember that providers of main care services are not profit-driven entities, but rather mission-driven businesses that provide services needed by Maine people. There truly is no fluff in their budgets, no deep pockets, and no major endowments to most of them. They cannot simply absorb major changes that mandate increased costs without corresponding rate adjustments to keep them whole. Unfunded mandates can and do impact the ability to provide needed services and sustain access to care for main care members. I can share a few examples from members of the Alliance in response to the recent situation in Portland with the local referenda that put the $18 emergency minimum wage in place. And I just read a couple of things here. Eric Meyer, CEO of Spurwink Services, shared that the impact of the $18 per hour emergency minimum wage for those who work within the Portland city limits took effect in December 2020, and despite legal challenges, it remains the law. The state of emergency has been extended a number of times and remains in effect with no end in sight. For Spurwink and many other social service providers already operating under a regional workforce shortage and shortage in funding, the emergency wage has exacerbated this critical challenge. In order to maintain safe staffing levels, many staff are expected to work beyond 40 hours in a week. Therefore, under this schema, the 18 per hour wage becomes $27 per hour, and neither the $18 wage nor the $27 wage was ever remotely considered in any of our funding formulas. Our wages, as you know, are directly correlated to reimbursement rates by the state, and as a result, Spurwink has had to work quickly to decrease and in some cases eliminate its Portland presence. Spurwink has ceased operating in 5 separate residential locations in Portland. The decision obviously has impacted many workers, many families, many children.
30 seconds.
Sorry?
30 seconds, please.
Oh, okay. So there's additional comments from Shannon Trainer of Crossroads Recovery for Women, where they had to combine services and lost 8 beds for women for services there. It's just essential that there be this process so that we can have this dialogue and have an appeal process with the state when these things come up that are totally out of the control of the providers. And I thank you for hearing our concerns, and I'd be happy to get any information or answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Shaughnessy? Seeing none, thank you for being here again this morning.
Oh, and I did just want to say, Jess Maurer asked me to give you her regards. She was unable to be in person. She did send testimony and hopes you can take a look at it. She did a great job talking about the impacts for the aging population. So
she did, and I did see that in our file cabinets.
Excellent.
Up next is Mr. Hennessy, John Hennessy. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is John Hennessy. I'm here speaking for the Behavioral Health Community Collaborative. I don't have written testimony, but wanted to weigh in briefly on this important initiative. The collaborative recognizes we are all dealing with extraordinary issues as we work through the pandemic and other systemic challenges. But we must be able to react to state and municipal requirements for increased minimum wages and other increases to wages that affect our main care reimbursement rates and widespread outbreaks of disease that require additional resources to offer our services. The proposal in front of you includes a method for individual providers or their representative associations to request an emergency review, deadlines that ensure a timely response from the department to requests, and requirements for clear communications on acceptance or decline of requests for review, as well as a defined appeal process. I thank you for your time this morning and for your support on this bill.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Hennessy from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony today. I don't see anyone else in the queue to provide testimony this morning. So I would ask the committee for any requests for additional information for the work session. Seeing none, Representative Perry.
Yeah, I think my question, especially with the pandemic and stuff, in the areas where this is available, how was this used during this period of time? And what was the result?
Anyone else? Seeing no hands up, I will close the public hearing on LD 652 and open the public hearing on LD 716, an act to enhance and improve the Maine Developmental Services Oversight and Advisory Board and to establish the Aging and Disability Mortality Review Panel, presented this morning by our own Representative Madigan. The floor is all yours, Representative.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and fellow members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm Representative Colleen Madigan, and I represent part of Oakland and part of Waterville. I'm here today to introduce LD 716, an act to enhance and improve the Maine Developmental Services Oversight and Advisory Board and to establish the Aging and Disability Mortality Review Panel. This bill has a long history. In the summer of 2017, the Federal Office of the Inspector General issued a report that found that Maine's Department of Health and Human Services had failed to investigate 133 deaths and properly report critical incidents, including sexual assault, suicidal acts, and serious injuries among thousands of developmentally disabled individuals in Maine over a 2.5-year period. The report was very troubling, but even more alarming was the silence that followed. The fact that there was no oversight body to catch this failure is almost unbelievable. The absence of appropriate oversight prompted our late colleague Dale Deno to put in legislation in 2018. It passed, but it was vetoed and the veto was sustained. Rep. Deno put in this bill again in 2019, but when his health worsened, I agreed to take over the sponsorship for him. That bill was amended and unanimously endorsed by this committee, but died because the House and Senate had not voted on it when we adjourned for the pandemic. Sadly, the lack of oversight, over how serious incidents and death among this population reported still exist, and this bill seeks to remedy this situation. This bill establishes the Aging and Disability Mortality Review panels to review deaths and of serious injuries to all adults receiving home-based and community-based services under a waiver approved by the United States Department of Health and Human Services Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. This panel would consist of up to 15 members and would include healthcare providers, social service providers, public health officials, and other persons with professional expertise on the health and mortality of adults with disabilities and adults who are aging. This panel will assure independent oversight of Maine's system of reporting and investigating deaths and serious incidents occurring to Maine citizens with intellectual disabilities or autism who are receiving waiver-funded services. I sincerely hope we can finally pass something this year to help oversee and protect these people. As Representative Deno said in his testimony on this bill back in the 128th legislature, if we fail to act to protect these Maine citizens, then we will have failed to do our job. Thank you very much. I would be glad to answer any questions, and I look forward to working with you on this bill. And I just want to say, Representative Deno was a good friend of mine, and this was something he felt passionately about, and I'm eternally glad to move this forward. So, and other people will come after me to talk about this too. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Madigan. Questions for Representative Madigan from the committee? Yes, Representative Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Madigan. I was just curious, did you have any reason or was a reason given why the original bill was vetoed? I'm just out of curiosity's sake for a little more understanding.
That's a good question. I was on the committee then, and I don't remember the chief executive's reason for vetoing it back then. That was back in 2017, 2018. I think the report came out in 2017 and the bill was vetoed in 2018. It's something a lot of us who have fought for this population believe very strongly in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you. Senator Claxton.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Madigan. Are there any changes to the language of this bill compared to the one that we considered last year, or is it exactly the same language?
This is basically the amended version that went through, had unanimous support last time.
But it's essentially unchanged from what was approved by the committee last year.
Yes.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions for Representative Madigan, we thank you for your testimony today and for bringing Representative Deno's bill forward once again. In the queue is Cullen Ryan. Welcome, Mr. Ryan.
Thank you very much, Representative Meyer and Senator Claxton. My name is Cullen Ryan. I am a parent of a 24-year-old with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And I'm also serve as Executive Director of Community Housing Maine. And I chair the Maine Coalition for Housing Quality Services, which is a group involving some 4,000 people, mostly parents. I also chair the Maine Developmental Services Oversight and Advisory Board. And I have for some time. I've been on since its origins in 2010. I'm testifying in support of this bill and worked with Gail Deno earlier on this, and I would love to see this go through all the way. What this does, I think Representative Madigan explained quite clearly, and the report speaks for itself. I think the department is working hard to try to make positive changes, and that is very welcome. But I think establishing this review panel and providing detailed information to the Oversight and Advisory Board for further oversight is one way in which Maine can ensure a thorough review of deaths and serious injuries to people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and work towards a system which prevents them altogether. I support the Oversight and Advisory Board having timely and unfettered access to information it needs. That has not always come, and I know the department is working on that. But we went a long time without proper information, and it makes us really paralyzed to help. And that group very much wants to help the HHS get things right. The Oversight and Advisory Board has enjoyed the recent efforts and really welcomes these changes. But this legislation would build upon what's already codified in state statute and ensure that the information sharing and transparency continues uninterrupted for the benefit of people in Maine with intellectual and developmental disabilities, whom the department is charged with serving. Without access to this information, from the department, the board is unable to fulfill its statutory obligation to provide oversight. This bill will make sure that it always will have what it needs. And I think it makes great sense to move the administration of the OAB to DHHS, Division of Administrative and Financial Services, and so to alleviate any real or perceived conflict of interest that would arise from the board being administrated from the department it's obligated to oversee. So that's a common sense solution. I also just wanted to say that Richard Esterbrook, who's worked in the field for
30 seconds, Mr. Ryan.
Yes, his entire career, is going to speak next. And I urge you to read very carefully his entire testimony. It is rich with details, and ask questions of him. He knows more about this than anyone. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Questions for Colin Ryan? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Up next in the queue is David Cowing. Welcome.
Good morning, Representative Meyer, Senator Claxton, and HHS committee members. My name is David Cowing. I'm the dad of an adult son with multiple disabilities, and I live in Woolwich. It's good to see you all again. I want to speak very briefly in support of LD 716 and appreciate this opportunity to do so. After the painful OIG report in August of 2017, many of us have advocated for such a mortality review panel over the course of several years now. The HHS committee has supported establishing this panel several times in the past, and it is now included in the governor's biennial budget. My motivation for speaking to you this morning arises largely from a desire to remember a family friend who had multiple disabilities and whose death was, to my knowledge, never fully investigated or explained. Bradley was nonverbal, required assistance for such basic skills as eating and dressing, and required round-the-clock monitoring for his uncontrolled seizure disorder. Following heroic efforts by his parents to find an appropriate living situation for him, when they finally recognized they were no longer capable of providing the intense support he required, Brad began living away from his family for the first time in his life. Several months later, he was found dead in his bedroom. It was a tragic and perhaps preventable death. Needless to say, it was devastating for his family. When I talked to Bradley's mother at his memorial service, I was amazed at her strength and lack of bitterness at the loss of her son. As she was brave enough to share publicly at the time with others, her only wish was that something like this would never again have to be experienced by another family, and that she might someday know the whole story of the circumstances of Bradley's death. Establishing this aging and disability mortality review panel is a necessary and overdue step in the right direction towards fulfilling her wish. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Questions from the committee for Mr. Cowing? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. Up next is Laura Cordes. Welcome back. Ms. Cordes? There she is.
Hello again. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, committee members, I'm Laura Cordes. Good morning to you all. MAXB is the association of more than 70 organizations providing direct and support care to children and adolescents and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I'm very pleased to come before you again and have the opportunity to give testimony in support of LD 716. And you have my written testimony. It's aligned in support of certainly Mr. Cullen's testimony, My thanks to Representative Madigan for your leadership and commitment to bringing this bill forward again. We've had, we've held out hope for a number of years for the creation of this panel. We last came before the committee in support of creating a mortality review panel in 2019, 2 years after the 2017 OIG report that found that Maine failed to provide appropriate oversight and review of the deaths of at least 133 Maine people with IDD. And that was just in a short review. The panel is in alignment with the recommendations found in a subsequent 2018 joint report from OIG, the Administration on Community Living, and the Office of Civil Rights. It creates all the individual reviews, annual and quarterly reporting, trend analysis, and overall mechanism to provide proactive recommendations to reduce the risk and death or other adverse outcomes for Maine people. And we certainly were disappointed to see the funding in the governor's budget for a panel removed last March, but are hopeful now that it'll remain in the biennial budget as proposed to support a panel coordinator housed in the Maine CDC. It's long overdue. We certainly owe it to the people who rely on us for their care, support, and protection to pass the bill and establish the panel. Thanks very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Laura. Questions from the committee for Ms. Cordes? Seeing none. Thank you for being here again this morning. Next in the queue is Richard Estabrook. Welcome.
Thank you very much. You can hear me, I hope.
We can.
My name is Richard Estabrook. I am testifying for myself and for the Maine Developmental Services Oversight and Advisory Board. I have submitted written testimony. The purpose of LD 716, as has been explained, is to restore independent oversight to Maine's adult protective system for people with intellectual disabilities and autism. LD 716 also requires an annual report to this committee from the independent oversight entity. The secondary impact of LD 716, if it's enacted into law, is if the department knows that it's going to be subject to independent oversight, it is far more likely to do ongoing quality assurance on its own. The system will be less likely to fail. In January 2018, National Public Radio reporter Joe Shapiro did a series of reports after a year-long study of sexual assaults on persons with developmental disabilities. He found, based on U.S. Department of Justice statistics, that people with developmental disabilities are 7 times more likely to be abused than the general population. Over 80% of women and 30% of men with developmental disabilities have been sexually assaulted at least once in their lives. There are approximately 8,500 people in Maine eligible to receive services as persons with intellectual disabilities or autism. Some of those people have severely impaired communication skills. Any APS system for persons with intellectual disabilities or autism has to be able to investigate allegations quickly. The system has to be able to respond in about 24 to 48 hours. If you wait a week or more, it's almost as if you might as well not investigate at all. Clarence Sundrum, the special master for the community consent decree, addressing the challenge of having to respond quickly and effectively, devised a system which effectively deputized specially trained agency investigators in the state's larger agencies that provide care to persons with intellectual disabilities or autism. The state still retained ultimate responsibility for the APS system. The agency investigators acted under the auspices of the state. As I explained in my written testimony, that in 2007, Sundrum and the parties agreed upon a comprehensive regulation that governed the APS system. The regulation was promulgated, that system was implemented. The state was found in compliance with the community consent decree in 2010. Independent oversight was a feature of that regulation. I have attached a copy of that regulation as it stood in 2016 to my written testimony. Between 2010 and 2017, the system set up by Sundrum and the parties fell apart. The last training for agency
30 seconds.
The last training for agency investigators was in 2012 or 2013. In August of, about the OIG report, it's been mentioned. August 27, 2019, a 62-year-old man with intellectual disabilities or autism died. He was under state guardianship. We at the MDSOAB don't really know what happened in that case, and that's the problem. that this bill is trying to take care of. The MDSOAB asked, but was for information about that case, but was rebuffed. You should not be on the receiving end of these federal reports that tell you that there are significant difficulties in the APS system. So I'm asking you to please choose to restore independent oversight to the system. And thank you very much. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Stover.
Thank you, Mr. Estabrook. It's great to see you. I'm wondering when the work session is held for this bill, if you possibly could be there, since you seem to have a lot of information that's very relevant to this discussion.
Yes, I would be happy to be there if at all possible. I might have a conflict, but I doubt it. So,
thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Estabrook? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you very much, Representative Meyer.
And finally, providing testimony on LD 716 is Molly Bogart from the department. Welcome, Molly.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Molly Bogart, and I am the Director of Government Relations for the Department of Health and Human Services. And I don't need to echo the good testimony of the folks who've come before me, but do just want to repeat the department's strong support for this bill and the development of this mortality review panel. We are very grateful for all of the work of the OAB and agree that this is an important tool in our toolbox to make sure that we can provide the kind of oversight and justice for individuals who receive these services. And we appreciate the committee's support of our budget proposal to include this position as well as the language for this mortality review committee, and happy to take questions, but just want to make sure you are reminded of our support as well.
Thank you, Molly. Questions for Molly? Rep. Stover, your hand is up. Did you have another question? No? Okay. Okay, seeing no questions for Molly or anyone else in the queue. Questions or requests for additional information on 761 for the work session? Seeing none. Yes, Rep. Stover.
I just have a comment regarding this bill. The department has a child serious injury and death panel, and the AG's office has a domestic violence, sexual assault, homicide review panel. And I think this has been an area where there just hasn't been that same review process. And I just wanted to make that comment that I think it's been a missing piece for a very long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions or requests for information for our work session, I would close the public hearing on LD 716. That concludes our morning agenda of public hearings. Not sure if our analyst has anything. No, she's shaking her head no. Representative Stover, your hand is up. Thank you. So it is 11:30. We will return at 1 o'clock for work sessions, or an afternoon full of work sessions. And I would say goodbye, have a nice lunch, and we'll see you at 1.
Marianne and Kathy Javner were supposed to tell you.
You're muted, Holly. We can't hear you.
Oh, you're not lip reading. There's a text from Ned and Representative Meyer. I was supposed to relay that you and Representative Javner should look for that.
Oh,
You received a text from them, apparently.
Okay. That's why my phone's been making noises.
I'm just a messenger.
Just a messenger. Well, I'm not. Oh, there's Michelle. Okay. They want us to hop into the Zoom link.
Right.
Okay. We'll be right back.
Does anybody else feel like you're on the Jetsons sometimes? Remember the Jetsons, which they could just come and go?
No, I just feel like I'm on the Hollywood Squares.
There's not as much laughing.
Or the Brady Bunch.
Right.
No more, not the music though.
Looks like we're all here. So it being after 1 o'clock, I'll apologize to people who've been waiting. We've had some conversations that he had to try and make this process work effectively. And we'll be starting this afternoon session of the Committee on Health and Human Services. We've talked before about it being visible on our YouTube channel at legislature.maine.gov and go to the HHS committee site. Everything's recorded. We'll be doing a work session this afternoon with 2, 4, 6, 9 bills to be gone through. And as is the tradition, we might involve or invite folks from the waiting room in to contribute if issues or questions come up that they might better be able to answer. So let's go around the virtual horseshoe and start with Representative Griffin.
Good afternoon. My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 2, which is Glenburn, Levant, and Cadescate.
Representative Connor. We're not hearing you.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I had a technical error and I apologize. My name is John Connor. I represent House District 58, which is part of Lewiston.
And Representative Craven, I saw earlier.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is also part of Lewiston.
Representative Madigan.
Good afternoon. I'm Colleen Madigan. I represent House District 110, which is part of Waterville and part of Oakland.
Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam Zager, representing District 41 in Portland.
Representative Lemelin.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Lemelin. I represent District 88, Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Noblesboro.
Representative Stover.
Good afternoon. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay Harbor, South Port Edgecombe, West Port Island, and part of South Bristol.
Senator Baldacci.
Good afternoon. I'm Joe Baldacci. I represent Senate District 9, which is the city of Bangor and the town of Herman. Thank you.
And I saw Representative Perry early. Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Representative Ann Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes Indian Township, Baileyville, Bering, Calais, Charlotte, Robbinston, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
Representative Javner.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Kathy Jenner, and I represent House District 141, which is located in Penobscot and Washington County.
And Senator Moore.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Ann Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well.
And Representative Meyer.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is all of Elliott and parts of South Berwick and Kittery.
And our resources this afternoon, our amazing resources, are Ms. Dooling.
Good afternoon. My name is Erin Dooling. I'm one of the legislative analysts staffing the Health and Human Services Committee with the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
And Representative Withy. Representative Withy, I'm sorry.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Withy, and I'm the clerk for the Health and Human Services Committee.
So those are the folks that help us run the meeting and keep some of us who are disorganized organized. So we have a bunch of a number of bills to go through, and we'll turn it over to Erin for the first legal analysis.
Which bill are we starting with, Senator?
We'll just do it in numerical order, starting with 529.
Okay.
Was in published order.
Okay. So can you see my?
We can.
Okay. So LD 529 is an act to restore the CDC's Cystic Fibrosis Assistance Program. It would establish that program within DHHS, and it would allow an adult or child diagnosed with cystic fibrosis to be reimbursed for expenses associated with the treatment of care of that condition up to $3,000 annually. You received a proposed amendment during the public hearing from the Maine Developmental Disabilities Council, requesting a report back about other common low incident disabilities and how those people's needs might be unmet, and to provide recommendations about that Children and Youth with Special Healthcare Needs program next session. You also had information requests to the Department of Health and Human Services, mostly structured around funding options, either with the Maternal Child Federal Block Grant or the EPSDT funds, which you see here on the second page, and also details about the program that had been in place to fund treatment and care relating to cystic fibrosis, and whether they have other financial assistance programs available. The department submitted a memo to the committee about on those topics that was emailed to you. I can pull it up if you'd like me to, or I believe Molly Bogart should be here and could present the department's answers to you rather than me speaking for the department. And just two other quick things to flag for you. There was a question about the economic contribution of nurses and teachers to the economy that I submitted to Maine Revenue Services, but my understanding is that would take a significant amount of study and would include the Maine economist and some other folks to actually be able to quantify that economic value, and so that information is not available. And the preliminary fiscal impact statement, which should be in your electronic LD file, shows a cost of $501,000 of general fund dollars each year. So just let me know if you want me to pull up the department memo or where you'd like to go from here.
I think Molly has joined us.
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Molly Bogart, Director of Government Relations for the department, and also in the waiting room from our maternal and child health program is Marianne Herrickle, and from Children with Special Health Needs is Holly Richards. And I would ask your indulgence if you'd be comfortable
Sure.
with them joining me as the subject matter experts.
Carrie can make that happen.
Great. Great. All right, so great. There's Marianne, and I think Holly is just on her way. I believe you have the memo from us. There were a couple of questions that you asked, and I will summarize here and invite Holly and Marianne to jump in if I get anything incorrect. But the first question you asked was for an outline of the prior program. And we shared that there was a program developed in 2013 using surplus funding at the time to target the needs of those with a diagnosis of cystic fibrosis. It reimbursed participants of all ages for travel expenses, medication copays, provider and hospital copays, durable medical equipment, and medical supplies related to CF treatment and care up to $3,000 per year. And it operated for 6 years. Before being terminated due to lack of funding and concerns around statutory authority. You next asked for information about the Maternal Child Federal Block Grant and how much of it is encumbered and how it's being spent. So we received $3.3 million in formula-based funding through Title V every year, of which $2.7 million is spent on personnel and related indirect costs for 22 positions, and $625,000 is encumbered for direct services through maternal and child health services. So these include birth defects, genetics, cleft lip and palate, newborn blood spot screening, partners in care, newborn hearing and perinatal health. And the grant is fully obligated and expended each grant period. Are there any questions there? I can continue moving on.
Is that any questions that far in the update? No? Okay, go ahead, Molly.
Then you asked if we have a list of other pediatric diseases that have received or currently receive any financial assistance. And under the Children with Special Health Needs Assistance Program, the diseases that receive assistance are metabolic diseases that mainly consist of cystic fibrosis and phenylketonuria, which is PKU. It's often how that's referred to. This is funded through special revenue account within the main blood spot screening program. And important to recognize that even though this pilot program for adults was terminated, support continues for those who are within the purview of children with special health needs. So children, I believe, up to the age of 22. And the block grant funds also assist children with cleft lip and or palate, and specifically by providing bottles for the child's first year of life, as well as financial support for surgeries, lodging, and other medical necessities. And then you asked if EPSDT, or early and periodic screening, diagnostic, and treatment funds through main care could be used for durable medical equipment or other needs. And in general, the answer is yes. We've provided some of the parameters there, but as long as a service is prior authorized, shown to be scientifically valid, non-experimental, relatively cost-effective, and medically necessary, services above and beyond what is within somebody's benefits package could be provided through EPSDT funding for children. So those were the questions that you had. Happy to ask Marianne and Holly to elaborate or answer additional questions you may have. I will leave it up to you.
Are there follow-ups to that information, follow-up questions for Molly? It seems like we're doing pretty well so far with answering those questions for right now. How about any other? Yes, Representative Perry.
Yeah, I just had some questions, and Molly, you may be able to answer this or not, but there is a navigator to help families with disabled children to get funding and help with the care of their children and stuff. And the Nancy Beardsley from CDC had listed a few of those with the navigator. And I guess I just wanted to know how well that was used in terms of accessing availability to get the treatment and care that children of all, including CF, parents get and need.
Sure, and I think I'd ask Holly to chime in there.
Representative Perry, are you referring to our Children with Special Health Care Needs Care Coordinator?
Yes.
Yes, so she does work with lots of different families of children with special health care needs and is fully accessible to anyone looking for additional resources or even help, applying for main care, Katie Beckett, any of those things. She is a wealth of knowledge and a lot of families do use her. I don't know if that helps answer your question.
Well, it sort of does. And, knowing that she's there, I guess, as I look at it, is that how accessible is this for these families?
It's she's fully accessible for these families. Sometimes the resources that she's able to provide to these families still is not enough coverage for them. So I think that's where the issue lies. There are income guidelines to a lot of the programs that she would refer people to.
Thank you.
Has the department done any work looking at the range of low incidence diseases that it tries to help and what it might cost to do an even more effective job of that, however you define that?
I don't know that we can, certainly can't give you a cost estimate for what it would mean to fill the gaps for all families in these low incident diagnoses, but I don't know, Holly and Marianne, if you have any thoughts about the sort of range that we offer and where gaps may exist.
I think we don't know because we haven't, it's not like we've surveyed a bunch of families, so we don't know. We don't know who has insurances, who has main care. I mean, unless they call us and we're able to gather that information, we don't have it readily available to us.
But you probably have a list of people who've contacted you and the conditions for which that contact was made, and maybe that's a proxy for what the priorities are?
We do. And it is mostly the cleft lip and palate, the cystic fibrosis, and the PKU that Molly discussed.
Okay. So those three would cover a significant percentage of the queries you get to your navigator. What's unanswered is how many people don't know about the navigator and how do they find out about it?
Right. Yeah. So one of the things we're starting to work on is creating like a webinar and doing some promotion where she would actually do some webinar series with PCPs, educating them on who she is.
Mm-hmm.
So that's in our plan this year to start educating, because I think a lot of people don't know. You're right. They don't.
So Marianne, I saw you nodding at that, Marianne.
Yeah, thank you. I think Holly's right. We get calls from those particular folks with that diagnosis, but what we don't know is the folks who don't call us. Yeah. We know that there are numerous other low incident diagnoses that are out there that could definitely use help as well. And I'm hoping that with some of the trainings that we're doing with our care coordinator this fiscal year or this upcoming fiscal year will help get that word out a little bit. But
okay. Representative Javner, you had a question?
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Since this is a work session, does it necessarily have to be a question?
No, it doesn't.
Thank you. I apologize.
Thank you for correcting that.
It's okay. Molly, I appreciate greatly the information concerning the Title V Maternal and Child Health Services Block Grant. I can't help being a little bit concerned, perhaps is the correct term, that out of that, that there's 82% of that is paying for 22 positions, and then only 18% is unencumbered to actually pay for services. I think we all see that there's a huge need here, and not just for cystic fibrosis patients. Some of their medications, are extremely prohibitive, and as we move forward with this conversation, maybe even right now, Molly, you could shed a little bit of light on what the thinking is of having 82% of this block grant pay for positions and only 18% pay for actual services. So I think that is a question.
That's close enough.
Sure, and I might ask Marianne to step in and talk a little bit more about what the program looks like. I think one thing just to clarify is that those 22 positions are providing services for families, so they're not all administrative clerical positions to support the small percent of direct services. Those direct services are contracts that we provide in addition to the services provided by those 22 staff, but I welcome Marianne to provide a little bit more of an illustration.
Yeah, thank you, Molly. So you're right. There is the 80 whatever percent going to the positions, and there of that it is 2 administrative positions, and the rest are all program type positions. So myself, our care coordinator, some public health nurses, some other full-time positions like that. The other piece of this is that there is a maintenance of effort requirement for HRSA for this particular grant. So that maintenance of effort is just over 3.9 million. It's closer to 4 million. And we use those funds to do a lot of our programming because all of our MCH block grant funds are spent on staffing. So really, It's just under $7 million that goes towards the full MCH sort of cadre of programming. And there is a little bit of staffing within the maintenance of effort account as well. Do you have questions about that?
No, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Can somebody answer the question about the annual spend during the pilot program? What that looked like?
So I can, for just cystic fibrosis.
Yes.
So I believe on the average, I can pull up. So for fiscal year 17 and 18 and 19, it was over 100,000 upwards to 158,000. That we had roughly 167 people on our pilot program, adults and children. Only little more than half actually took advantage of the program. So there was a lot of folks that just never submitted reimbursement. So while they applied to be on the program and were referred from one of their clinics to be on the program, they just didn't submit reimbursements for whatever reasons. The major thing we changed was the funding, but it was also statutorily. So our program statutorily is for children up to age 21. And we had about 50% of the cystic fibrosis patients on our program were over the age of 21. So statutorily, we did not have the authority to be covering adults.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So that's why the fiscal note is bigger on this piece, on this bill, than it would have been from another year's spend when it was primarily focused on kids.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments, or things to share? I see the sponsors here. She's been patient listening to some of this. The conversation hasn't quite gotten to the issue, maybe specifically enough, Senator Carney, about concerns about identifying one low incidence disease over another for services. But that's certainly been some of the conversations we've been hearing since this bill was introduced. Any comments that you want to share, having heard what you've heard?
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me to speak. I also really wanted to thank the committee for focusing on this bill. It is obviously a really important issue, and you've given it a lot of careful thought. And also the department and the Maine CDC representatives took some time yesterday to speak with me and some cystic fibrosis advocates about this program. And I do understand all of the concerns, including focusing on just one low incident disease and the concerns about how it's being funded. I would like to point out the upside of the pilot program, which, you know, of course, we all recognize the concerns about it, but it did it showed how we could successfully meet a need for additional money to support people with cystic fibrosis, meet needs that are not covered by public or private health insurance, and that really addressed a key gap in the coverage, for lack of a better word, but gap in the way that people with cystic fibrosis can afford the medications. I mean, almost half of people miss care, whether that's prescription medication or visits or some other kind of treatment that they need. And treating patients with cystic fibrosis has been a real success story over the last several decades. And I hope that what we've learned from this pilot program can be used in some way to advance our state's plan for helping children and young adults with these really severe diseases live healthier and longer lives. I think that we can kind of look at the upside of this, that we know what will work for this group of people. And I would ask that you support this measure and perhaps put a 2-year sunset provision on it as a way of continuing the experiment and keeping the door open for figuring out next steps and how to expand this program to all of these low incidence diseases that we've been talking about, the cleft palate and cleft lip and the PKU.
Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate Senator Carney coming back and also, of course, for introducing this bill. And I think we're trying to find a way so that we can all feel good about we want to help. We all want to help these families. We all recognize the gravity of cystic fibrosis and these other conditions. You just mentioned consideration of a 2-year sunset. Was wondering, Senator Carney, what your thoughts are of what Maine Developmental Disabilities Council proposed in testimony regarding a report back on other low incidence conditions, so that as a way to ensure that we're doing this in a equitable manner. And
yeah,
any thoughts about a report back as part of as an amendment to this?
Yes, I think that that's a very acceptable direction to go in. I mean, I think that I agree that the committee, the department, the CDC, and I all want the same thing. We want to find a way to help this group of people with really significant healthcare needs that aren't met by available coverage.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments, questions? Okay. Does anybody want to make a motion related to LD 529? Senator Moore?
I'll be glad to make that motion. I would make a motion that we amend this bill and turn it into a resolve where and using the words that were recommended by the Maine Development Disabilities Council, where we would actually ask the department to take a look at the special healthcare needs, describe these children's unmet needs, and provide recommendations for the program so that we can meet all of those, the well-rounded, the different low incidence illnesses that are out there. It's a long motion, sorry.
With the amendment that the Representative Zager's proposed of a report back
right
in January, mid-January, with a plan to address both the pediatric and the adult needs in those diseases that require therapy into adulthood.
Thank you. You took the words right out of my mouth. Perfect.
Great minds. That was Representative Zager's mouth. Okay. Any other discussion of that? Is there a second to that motion?
Second the motion.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, then we'll defer to Ms. Withy to run the vote.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 13 yes.
So we want to thank Senator Carney for bringing this forward, for helping us with an important conversation that's crucial for too many families, and hopefully we can find a way forward. that will benefit those who need it most. Yes, Senator Carney.
I just wanted to thank you for digging into this complex and important issue. I really appreciate all the time and energy you and the department put into it. Thank you very much.
Good question, deserving of attention. So thank you. All right, so we'll then move on to LD 601, the records indices bill, and go to Ms. Dooling.
Okay. LD 601 is an act regarding the indices of vital records. The bill addresses the availability to the general public of indices of certificates of marriage, intentions to marry, domestic partnerships, and death, including fetal death. The bill would provide that indices from 8 of those certificates from 1892 to the present at the municipal and state levels would be open to the public without restriction, except that certificates and records of birth at the municipal and state levels would be open after a period of 75 years after the date of birth. It also directs the state registrar, who is within DHHS, to enter into a long-term non-exclusive contract with a private entity experienced in maintaining genealogical research databases to maintain and create and update at no direct cost to the state an online index of all of those certificates in exchange for allowing that entity to provide that index to its subscribers and customers. One of the proposed amendments you heard from testimony was to remove the 75-year period after the date of birth during which indices of birth certificates would not be available. You requested information from DHHS about to elaborate on privacy concerns and also to elaborate on the department's testimony that was submitted more generally. Kim Hagan, who is the state registrar, should be here to answer the committee's questions along that front. Just a couple other notes. The department cited its rules regarding the publication of public access to the records, and a link to those rules is attached, or a link to in the bill analysis. And that the Judiciary Committee heard LD 1965 last session. That bill included a number of other provisions, but did also include the provisions contained in the bill before you today. And last session that was voted not to pass unanimously by that committee. The preliminary fiscal impact statement shows a minor cost increase to the department that can be absorbed within existing resources, and no fiscal note would be required.
Okay, discussion. Anybody want to go first? Any concerns, questions, comments? So it seems to me that one of the overriding concerns that I've heard is about the security of this information and the concerns about identity theft. I've seen multiple different attempts to answer that question. I know the Secretary of State is not supportive of this, but I'm still not clear what is being provided access to that isn't already public knowledge and wouldn't be more readily available were this bill to pass. So I'm hoping there's some folks out there who can speak to that. I see Ms. Shaw is in the room and we should let her in because of her expertise. But Representative Meyer, you had a comment or question?
Yes, I do. I have a number of concerns about this bill, including privacy, identity theft concerns. I'm not really sure why this bill is even necessary. The CDC testimony has outlined how genealogical research can already be done in Maine records. I'm not sure why the state should be compelled to contract with an outside for-profit entity. I think there are a number of concerns about the possibility. I believe there was discussion of amending to eliminate the 75-year embargo. I think that places a number of individuals who amend birth certificates at risk. In general, I am a firm ought not to pass on this bill.
Okay. Anybody else want to comment about concerns or questions related to this? Yes, Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the same concerns really that Representative Meyer have expressed, and this bill is just keeps coming back, and I'm not sure why. So I worry again about a for-profit organization managing this information that is so personal and private and is already available on publicly. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
See, that's the part that I struggle with. It's personal and private, and it's publicly available already. So it's already in the public domain, and here we are protecting it by not passing this bill, but it's already out there. So that's the part that I struggle with in understanding why this doesn't or doesn't make sense. To me, has done it about this much genealogy. Having access to those records helps that process a lot, and easier access a lot. What about the idea of tying it to the main state archives and making it more accessible that way? Senator Moore.
Oh, I just was going to make the motion. I agree with what everyone's been talking about privacy. So I make the motion that we ought not to pass on LD 601.
I second that.
Any discussion? Can I ask, so since I disagree with you, Senator Moore, respectfully, can I ask Ms. Shaw what you might help us understand about the privacy concerns versus access on the state archive site? Or thank you for being here.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Your analyst mentioned that this was part of a bill last year. In fact, it was never spoken about, never discussed. Last year, they were fixated on the opening of the certificates themselves. You are correct, Senator Claxton, that a lot of this information is already available out there in social media, in various other forms. You should have received, all of you should have received from me an explanation of the researcher identification card and how that works. That is access only to the death index and the marriage index. There is nothing in terms of names, dates, or locations that is not, it's already out there, yes, in some form, but not in a cohesive form that researchers can use. Names, dates, and locations are not restricted under the state's Freedom of Information Acts. I've been through those acts, both what they say is restricted and what has been exempt from restrictions. Birth, death, and marriage records themselves are not restricted. As a genealogist, it's very hard for me to explain sometimes to people who have not done genealogical research what the issues are. Maine sets up their vital records by town, not by county, as it is in many other states. Therefore, if you want to find a birth, death, or marriage record, you would physically have to go to every single town if there's not a statewide index to find that, which means that the town clerks have to have somebody stand there and watch you look at the books. In most cases, you're handling the books, you're causing wear and tear on the books. Having a statewide index makes it very easy. The researcher identification card costs $50 a year. And you should receive, again, you should receive the email from me explaining how that works. DHHS is hemorrhaging money, giving away certificates. If you put the combined index, the birth, death, and marriage index, up on the state archives, that allows everybody to see it. They did have the death and marriage index available. Excuse me, my cat is going to join us. They had it up on the website for some time. As stakeholders, when we started to rewrite the rules for accessing vital records, we were told that would not be removed. And a couple of years later, it was. Ancestry.com and FamilySearch.org both have some indexes for main birth, deaths, and marriages, more for marriages. These are the records that were up on the state archives and are now down from there. I'm not really, again, it's difficult to explain. This is public information and it should be publicly available. Having it up on the state archives would not change the availability to those holding a research identification card. They can not only get access to the death and marriage index, they can get up to three free certificates a week, including indexes or certificates that fall within the embargoed period. That's 75 years for births, 50 years for marriages, and 25 years for deaths and fetal deaths. The Social Security Death Index used to be available for people. That's now been releasing, again, names, dates, and places of birth, deaths, and marriage are public information. There's nothing there that invades your privacy. There's nothing there that causes identity theft, major hacking of medical records, even surfing medical records by medical personnel are the major causes. And yes, Secretary Dunlap did object to the bill that was submitted last year. He was a victim of identity theft at some point. I did have a conversation meeting with him, and it was not through access to any of his vital records that his identity was stolen. I don't recall exactly what he said, but it was either a computer hack or going through his trash and things like that.
Your answer about having access to structured indices that are statewide as opposed to done on a town-by-town basis answers my question. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Shaw, for being here today and providing some information that the committee perhaps needed in order to make this decision. I just want to, reference a part of the testimony that came from Equality Maine and GLAD with regard to birth certificates. And they were not here at the public hearing, and this is in our file cabinet for your review. But I do want to reference that under current Maine law, you need to have a direct and legitimate connection to a birth record in order to access it. This is because a birth certificate is a vital identity document used for many important purposes, including to prove citizenship, to travel, and to access public benefits. Additionally, birth certificates are amended for a variety of reasons, including but not limited to adoption, change of name, change of gender marker, recognition of the results of a paternity test, and more. Once a person obtains an amended birth certificate, the original record is sealed and shall not be a public record. So I would ask that the committee, if there are additional questions, review both that testimony as well as our current Secretary of State, Shenabello's testimony submitted, which does reiterate what former Secretary of State Dunlap had indicated was of grave concern with regard to identity theft.
So Kim Hagan has gone to the trouble of being here. So is there something that you'd like to contribute, Ms. Hagan?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. We believe this is a source for concern. I'm Kim Hagan, and I'm the Director and State Registrar of Data Research and Vital Statistics. We believe that this is a source of potential fraud. I'll give you an example. My aunt is 80 years old, which means both her birth record and her marriage record is public. When her husband died, she was listed as in the obituary as a survivor. So someone could look at her birth record. Look at her marriage record, get her maiden name. With her maiden name, they could get her birth record. Her birth record's going to give place of birth, date of birth, and mother's maiden name. And two security questions that are often asked at banks and financial accounts and credit cards are mother's maiden name and place of birth, city of birth. So we feel like there are people, it takes some work, but there are people that make it their mission to look at ways to put these data sets together to get someone's identity. So what constitutes a public record now, the time span would be affecting our most vulnerable population of our elderly who are often scammed. People find ways to scam. The indexes are available as Ms. Shaw said, to the genealogist. So we don't feel a third party should be handling the record, should be recreating what's already there. The reason that I'll go back to my aunt, even though her record might not be, those records might not be available on the indices, her records are still public. Someone could request that record, but they're going to have to, in order to do that, they're going to have to fill out an application, show a photo ID, and those applications are kept on file for 3 years. So we feel like that sort of gives an added level of a little protection for people. I guess maybe that was what I was thinking of, but.
Okay, thank you. Did I see your hand up, Senator Baldacci?
I'm all set. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other comments?
If I may, Senator Claxton?
Oh, sure, Ms. Shaw, go ahead.
Yes. Ms. Hagan mentioned people getting birth certificates and so on. Anybody at this time can request a birth certificate that's more than 75 years old, not just anybody who has access to the index. I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah. That's what I intended to say, was anyone could, but they're going to have to, if they're not doing it through an index, they're going to have to fill out an application, show photo ID, and we retain the application for 3 years.
But if they know the date, they can simply request it, send in a form to request it, or they can request it from the town. There's no need to fill out a researcher ID card to get a.
No, there's still an application. There's still a form they have to fill out, an application.
Okay, so you're all set, Senator Baldacci. There's a motion on the floor, ought not to pass, with a second. Is there any other discussion? Then I will defer to Ms. Withy to run the roll. Oh, well, just a minute before we do that. Senator Miramont is here and has been attending, and I want to make sure he has a chance to comment if he has something to say.
Well, thank you, Senator, members of the committee. Just that
I've been looking at these documents for several years now that they brought, and I've gone over every objection from previous committee meetings and find that they've addressed this. Just as this last exchange just happened, sometimes we're talking about things that are already able to be done as if it was something that would happen if the bill passed. What it would do if it passed would be to make the records available in a modern way that we do things now. And I have been very diligent in checking ways that anything could be opened up for fraud and making sure that the folks were addressing every part of that. So that's all. Sorry, a little editorial, not a lot of deep information. Thank you, though.
Thank you. So now it's, unless there's another comment, then it's to you, Ms. Withy, for the vote.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
No.
Senator Baldacci, no. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
No.
Senator Claxton, no. That's 10 yes, 2 no.
And 1 absent. Okay. So that'll conclude that conversation about LD 601. Thank you, Ms. Shaw and Ms. Hagan for being here. And Senator Miramont for bringing it up yet again. Thank you, sir. All right. That'll get us to LD 624.
So Senator, before we go on to the next bill, do you and Senator Baldacci have a minority report?
Ought to pass.
Ought to pass, yeah.
Okay. Are you, sorry, are you ready for the next bill or?
I am, yep.
Okay.
624.
LD 624 is an act to amend the laws governing tobacco specialty stores. Current law prohibits smoking in all enclosed areas of public places, except in certain locations under certain circumstances. And so one public place where smoking is not prohibited under current law, and I always get, it feels like a double negative to say not prohibited, so I always have to slow down and think, but smoking is not prohibited, meaning that it's allowed in a tobacco specialty store, which is a business under 2,000 square feet, in which it's at least 60% of its gross revenue is derived from the sale of tobacco or tobacco-related products. Under current law, a tobacco specialty store is prohibited from the on-premises service, preparation, or consumption of food or drink unless it was licensed for that service prior to January 1, 2007. This bill provides that the on-premises consumption of drink would not be prohibited, meaning it would be allowed in a tobacco specialty store. It would require the tobacco specialty store to provide notice to applicants for employment and employees about the risks of exposure to secondhand smoke. There was some discussion at the public hearing, and I noted as a drafting note about what the term drink includes. If you're excluding, as the current law does, all drink, you can't serve, prepare, or consume any kind of drink. I guess it doesn't matter what is included because it's everything. But in this case, where you're carving out an allowance for drink, there should be clarification about what that includes. And to that end, the sponsor proposed either permitting just the consumption of water or just the consumption of non-alcoholic drinks. There were some questions that you submitted or that you requested that I submitted to the department and Office of the Attorney General. One of them had to do with the violation for a business in York County that was allegedly for prohibiting water consumption, and whether there have been recent violations and what those reasons have been. The Office of the Attorney General has been looking for this information about the violation in York County, but has been unable so far to locate the specifics of that violation and confirm that there have been no recent violations issued. I received information from Hillary Schneider with the American Cancer Society Action Network related to some minutes from a board meeting in Saco, where there were some allegations that alcoholic beverages were being served. Again, I'm saying allegations because I don't have the specific enforcement paperwork in front of me, but that's the information I've been able to gather for you for today. You also asked about the number of tobacco specialty shops. There are 52 licensed in Maine. And you asked about the licensing differences if shops were to offer just drink water, non-alcoholic beverages without food. And this information comes from the department. If they are not preparing or serving food, then most would be an eating place. The license type is used for bars. Typically, it's not a full kitchen license. And the license would be $20 for the first 10 employees. The preliminary fiscal impact statement shows no fiscal impact, so no fiscal note would be required.
Thank you. Are there questions related to that analysis? Any comments anybody wants to make? I don't see any. Representative Harrington is here. Thank you for bringing this forward. So I'll entertain a motion then. Yes, Representative Craven. Representative Craven first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought not to pass.
Well, could you say that a little slower, please?
I move ought not to pass.
Ought not to pass. Is there a second for that?
Second.
And Representative Jabner.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Yeah, I think that for us offering just these businesses to be able to drink water, these 52 shops to offer to them to drink water is not unreasonable. And I will not be voting on the prevailing side of that motion.
Okay, any other comments anybody wants to share? Okay, there's a motion on the floor, ought not to pass. There's a second. And that makes us, Mr. Harrington, as long as you're Representative Harrington, as long as you're here, is there anything you would like to say?
No, just that I support the what's likely to be the minority report.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so we'll turn it over to Ms. Withey.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
No.
Representative Lemlin, no. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
No.
Representative Griffin, no. Representative Connor.
No.
Representative Connor, no. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
No.
Representative Javner, no. Senator Moore.
No.
Senator Moore, no. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 8 yes, 5 no.
And the minority report?
Yes, if I may, Senator Claxton,
Please.
that would be ought to pass as amended, making sure that the beverage is noted as being water.
And is everybody else comfortable with that? I see some head nodding. Okay, good. All right, so that's the minority report. Thank you, Representative Harrington.
Thank you.
So that gets us back to Ms. Dooling, and when you're ready, LD 727.
We're actually changing the guard right now.
Oh, you don't
I
sound
do.
like Ms. Dooling.
No, I don't. It's funny that. Okay, so I am going to share my screen and see if I can manage to pull up the right bill analysis for you.
Are we skipping 485? Did I miss that?
Oh, yes, we were unintentionally. Is that yours too, Anna, 485?
Yeah, you can. That's where I was expecting you to begin, but
Well, why don't we do that? Thank you, Senator Moore. I
okay.
got distracted.
Okay, LD 485. So this is an act to continue funding for home delivered meals for homebound seniors and to address growing demand. This is the Meals on Wheels bill. This bill provides ongoing funding to provide home delivered meals to homebound seniors and to leverage all federal funds available. Meals on Wheels, just as a refresher, serves those who are 60 years old or older, are homebound and unable to leave their house without assistance, unable to prepare a meal and have no one available to prepare a meal, and also their spouses. It can also serve under 60 years old with a disability if living with an older individual. You heard from the department, you heard from the department about the funding, the federal funding, also the other funds that go towards this program. You heard about the one-time general fund biennial budget funding last year, 2 years ago, of $750,000 in each year of general fund. And you also heard about the federal funding, the COVID related funding, and that the number of home delivered meals has tripled since the pandemic began. And you also heard about the expectation of an extension of funding. That's not new money, an extension of the current funding. You also heard from the advocates that nearly 2/3 of the new Meals on Wheels recipients are eligible in the future, and that with the stigma reduced, they expect a lot of those folks to stay on the program, and they're concerned about returning to the wait lists that existed and were growing prior to the pandemic with the ending of federal funds and the one-time funding from the biennial budget ending. So if you want to move forward with this, the account number in the bill needs to be changed, and I'll come back to that in a second. And it's a little unclear to me what leverage all federal funding available, whether that language is actually necessary, although certainly match is required. You asked about the donation amounts. I believe Senator Moore asked for that. Jess Maurer said that the average donation across the 5 AAAs is 44 cents a meal. That's total donations received for October 2019 to September 2020. That year from Meals on Wheels recipients was $438,031. And you also heard, you had some questions about the state match. The state match doesn't draw down federal funds, but match is required at 15% for the Older Americans Act. And they said that the match is closer to 18.6% for the nutrition side of the OAA. And that match can be in dollars or value of volunteer hours. You also had some questions from the department, which I'll just skip over for a second. And then the fiscal impact is obviously the 1.5 million in general fund in each year, beginning in fiscal year 21-22. And that is moving forward. And the department has suggested that the account number in the bill should be changed from 0420 instead of the one in the bill. So if you want to move forward, that's a really easy change to make. The other thing that you received, and I don't, oops, that's not what I wanted. You also received this, a memo from Molly. I don't know if you want me to go through it or whether you would like Molly to go through it. It's entirely up to you.
Why don't you just keep going?
Okay. So the first question was whether Maine was drawing down the maximum amount of federal funding for Meals on Wheels. These answers are from Paul Saucier. The answer is yes, that appropriations for the Older American Act programs is determined by the Administration for Community Living, the ACL, using an approved funding formula that is service population based. How much funding how much funding Maine has to provide to draw down federal funding. The current state match funds is a minimum of 5% of the total service costs, and you can see the match there. Then there was the question about the extension with the new act that passed in, I guess it was February. Anyway, the Rescue Act. We have yet to receive information regarding extensions for the current COVID-related CARES Act federal funding. The Consolidated Appropriations Act funding is currently working its way through the encumbrance process, and these funds will be available to the AAAs until September of 2022. The amount of funding that each AAA may have available is dependent on several factors: the initial allocation, the number of requests for meals, the number of meals delivered, and the number of individuals moving on and off the program. The department has yet to receive the American Rescue Act home delivered meal allocation, however, and it is our understanding that these funds will be available until fully expended. And what was the expansion in federal eligibility during the pandemic? And you can see at the bottom there that it was adding this be an individual unable to obtain nutrition because the individual is homebound by reason of illness or practicing social distancing due to the emergency. And that is the last question about who would no longer be eligible after the pandemic has ended.
Thank you. Any questions, comments related to that? Yes, Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think this bill is very timely. I think that we are going to be getting rescue dollars, and that this would be some guidance for appropriations to know from providers in the community that this is needed, and that this is where this is how it should be distributed. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I move to
Senator Moore.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. I just want to make a comment. Prior to the pandemic, I've always supported Meals on Wheels, and I always knew how important the program was. But since the pandemic started, I have faced that face-on volunteering every Monday morning to deliver meals, and I'm up to, I think, 14 people that I deliver a week's worth of meals every Monday, and they really are looking forward to it. They need it. I mean, most of them have not been out of their houses. They haven't seen anybody. And so I'm the person, even though I've got a mask on, I'm the person that comes to their door every Monday morning. I think it's a very worthwhile program. The food is nutritionally prepared, fast frozen. It's really getting important nutrition to those that really do need it. So I am in support of this bill altogether.
Senator Moore, can I ask a follow-up? Do you know how many of those people of the 13 weren't enrolled in Meals on Wheels before the pandemic?
I think more than half of them were not. Yeah. And the reason I say that, because my numbers increased at one point in time when the CARES funding did come out. And I remember our coordinator saying, these folks have come off the wait list.
Yeah.
And so she was adding them to they because they were on my route. It was going to work out perfect for them to be part of mine. So I would say about half of them were not.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also like to make just a brief comment, but first of all, I would like to thank you for bringing this bill forward. I would like to thank Senator Moore for her volunteer work for Meals on Wheels. And I would just like to say that I will be voting ought to pass as amended on 485. This is an essential component of a comprehensive approach to taking care of people, Maine people in their homes, and could not be more important at this time.
Representative Lemlin.
Thank you, Senator. I'm 100% in favor of Meals on Wheels, and I'm on board for this bill. There's a couple of things I'm going to need to look into, though, and one is I'm not sure why there would be a wait list ever. And number two, I'm kind of concerned why the program has a relatively high cost. But other than that, I'm 100% on board. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Baldacci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I agree. I'm also going to vote in support of this bill. One of the pieces of testimony that I felt was particularly important was the written testimony we received from Lisa Harvey McPherson. I thought it was extremely helpful to know how beneficial this program is just to reducing rehospitalizations, and that it's an important part of a comprehensive medical program. So I will be supporting this bill. I think that I want to make sure that this is additional resources that's available kind of on the baseline. But are we expecting, can we get a report back at some point about this program, maybe in 6 months or whenever the appropriate time would be? I'd like to get a report back on the progress being made and who's being served and staying on top of this program. But thank you for bringing this bill.
Representative Jevner.
Thank you very much, Senator Claxton. I would like to make a motion, please. Ought to pass as amended.
And the amendment is?
Fiscal note.
The fiscal
The
note.
fiscal note.
Okay.
And fixing the account.
Yes.
And fixing the account number. Okay. And we can informally agree to invite the state Meals on Wheels coordinating people to come back and report to us next January about impact of these dollars. We can do that any way we want.
I'll
There's
second the motion.
and there's a second on the motion. Yes. Okay. So the motion has been made and seconded that this LD 485 ought to pass as amended. Any other discussion? Any other testimonials? My sister-in-law also delivers. So that's to you then, Ms. Withy, to run the vote.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 13 yes. And I misspoke earlier on 601. I apologize. That was a count of 11 yes, 2 no.
Okay. And that concludes our handling of LD 485. Thank you all for that support. I know my local Seniors Plus has doubled its activity and does an amazing job. And as Senator Moore has pointed out, it's more than just the food. It's the wellness check, the companionship, and yes. Representative Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to make a motion to take a quick 5-minute break before we continue if possible.
Sounds like a good plan. We'll be back at 2:35. We'll make it 7 minutes. So if everybody's back and ready to go, we can move on to LD 727 when Anna or Aaron is ready.
I'm here. Okay. I will share my screen. Okay, hopefully you can all see that. So LD 727, this was originally drafted to do something different, but this was related that I just worked on what you heard at the public hearing. So the summary as amended by the request at the public hearing would be to eliminate the asset test for all SNAP applicants and recipients. The sponsor requested the amendment at the public hearing to replace the bill, removing the asset test for SNAP for those folks that are still subject to an asset test and that doesn't require federal approval. You heard from the proponents, I don't know whether it's 34 states or 36, I've heard both, but 2/3. And all of New England do not use an asset test to determine eligibility in SNAP. And you heard that it reduces caseworker time, lowers administrative costs and reduces errors, and allows for SNAP recipients to save a small amount and not deplete their assets to qualify, and that most applicants don't have assets anyway. The current asset test is $5,000 and more than one vehicle. And there is no impact on the income eligibility, that isn't changed. As you heard at the public hearing, there's no need for a waiver from the federal government. So if you're moving forward, you would be directing the department to amend their food supplement rules to remove asset tests for eligible SNAP applicants and recipients. And I should note there, because I didn't think to put it in there, you'd also probably want to change the title. You requested the report that was prepared by the department pursuant to Resolve 2019, Chapter 41, that reviewed asset limits for DEL, the Medicare Savings Plan, SNAP, and TANF. And I did send that to you, and we also posted it to the web. And that stakeholder group recommended the removal of asset limits from SNAP. In Maine for SNAP, there is no asset limits for TANF households, SSI children under 18 or aged 18 and attending high school by statute, and in rules, households where recipients are disabled or over 65 years of age. Those folks are also not subject to an asset limit. The income limit is 185% of the federal poverty level. You probably heard during the public hearing about the broad-based categorical eligibility. That's a policy in which households may become categorically eligible for SNAP because they qualify for a non-cash TANF or state maintenance of effort funded benefit. So in this case, in Maine, it's a resource guide. And the department can use, or states can use broad-based categorical eligibility to remove asset tests and increase income levels up to 200% of the poverty level. And 42 states, including Maine, have the broad-based categorical eligibility, but most of those states don't have the asset test. So Maine does have that broad-based categorical eligibility, but with the 5,000 asset test for some recipients. We haven't received the fiscal impact from OFPR, but I do just want to remind you that this is a federal program. So it's up to you where you want to go next.
Okay. Comments, questions? Senator Baldacci?
I would move to approve. Do we have to move to approve as amended, or is it just the way it is? It hasn't been amended, right?
The sponsor has asked for a complete replacement of the bill. So it's just, yeah.
So the ought to pass as amended, as she is during those requests. So I would move to ought to pass as amended.
I second that, including a name change.
Including the name change. Obviously, food insecurity, Mr. Chairman, is a major issue in this state, and it's important that we attack it on all levels. And I think I don't think this will be a significant cost issue. I think it will just help speed up benefits and ensure people are getting approved that should be. I think having the income limit eligibility maintained is more than sufficient for our needs. Thanks.
Okay, Representative Javner.
Thank you very much, Senator Claxton. I apologize. I just need to back up to just looking for some clarification here. The bill, and from what I just heard from our analyst, at the federal level, it's households are already, there's no asset test up to age 65 and older. And then this bill is asking to look to just to have that change to age 60. Am I hearing that correctly?
It would remove the asset limit for anybody who's income eligible for SNAP.
Okay, how does that, if this is an asset test that's set for the federal level, so we as a state, we have the ability to take that away?
Right, and most states have done that. And that was the 34, 36, depending on how many, I forget exactly what number it is. States have no asset test for applicants and recipients of SNAP. In Maine, we don't have an asset test for certain communities, so I mean certain populations. We don't have it for TANF, for the SSI under 18, that's in statute. And in rule, I think it's 60 or 65. I have to go back to my chart to have a look. It is older than 65 or where the recipients are disabled. And that's been in rule since 2019. This bill would get rid of the asset test for anybody who's income eligible for SNAP under that broad-based categorical eligibility. And I'm sort of at the limit of what I understand now, but Chris Hastert knows this program inside out and backwards if you have more detailed questions, and I'm sure Molly is here as well for the others, for the department.
Well,
and
that's
the
good.
advocate side.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. No, that's great.
That takes care of your question?
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Looks to me that the sponsor is here. I'm just looking back at that. Yes. Any comments you'd like to make as long as you're here, Representative Talbot Ross?
No, I just wanted to emphasize that this would bring Maine in alignment with 36 other states at this point.
Okay.
Just to emphasize that. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a motion on the floor to approve as amended, and it's been seconded. Is there any other discussion? Then we can start with Representative, we can now start with Ms. Withy, and you can run the roll.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lumlin.
No.
Representative Lumlin, no. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
No.
Representative Griffin, no. Representative Connor.
No.
Representative Connor, no. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
No.
Representative Javner, no. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 9 yes, 4 no.
Minority report.
Minority report, yeah.
I apologize. Just simply opt. Thank you.
Okay. So that brings us to LD 577.
Okay, I'm just going to share my screen again.
You ready?
All right, 577. This is a major substantive rule. This is the resolve regarding the legislative review of Chapter 6. This is the Crisis Prevention and Intervention Services and ODES rule. And this This rule requires the department to maintain sufficient capacity to offer statewide in-home and out-of-home crisis prevention and intervention services for adults with intellectual disabilities, acquired brain injury, or autism. The rule specifies service location, transportation, dedicated crisis telephone intake service 24/7, crisis management, placements, emergency transitional housing, post-crisis services, training, and data collection and reporting. The rulemaking was required by Public Law 2019, Chapter 290. The department said that they already had a system of crisis and respite for persons with ID or autism in their families. The goal of crisis services is to avoid removing people from their home or returning them home as quickly as possible if they have been removed. The law required them to provisionally adopt the rules by April the 1st, 2020. They did say that they were late because of the pandemic, but just so you know, if it had been adopted on time, you would still be doing the timing, the legislative review now. So the timing of the legislative review is the same, even though the rule was late. Later than the law required, it wasn't late in terms of legislative review. The new rule does not substantially modify or change any crisis service practices. It just enshrines them in the rule. And I always ask for comments that were received during the rulemaking, and they did not receive any comments during the rulemaking period. There is no fiscal impact, and so there is no fiscal note needed.
Thank you. Any comments, questions about that? Departmental bill, Representative Meyer, anything you want to say in support of your bill?
Sorry about that, sir. Anything I want to say in support of my bill? I make a motion that I am in full support of this. I have no issues with this major substantive rule, and that's all I have to add.
Does that count as a yes, Representative Craven?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass.
And is there a second?
Second.
Seconds around, okay. So the motion is ought to pass, LD 577. It's been moved and seconded. So Ms. Withy, your turn again.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover. Representative Stover is absent. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 12 yes, 1 absent.
Okay.
Okay, the next one is LD 578. This is another major substantive rule that was also an emergency and filed on time. This is to review portions of Chapter 113. This is a new rule, regulations governing the licensing and functioning of assisted housing programs, infection prevention and control. So this is an assisted housing. It applies to all of the assisted housing. The facility must establish, implement, and maintain an infection prevention and control plan to control the transmission of infectious diseases among residents, staff, visitors, and others providing services. The facility must employ or contract with a person with certification or training in infection prevention control to oversee the development and implementation of the plan. Content areas must include standard precautions, transmission-based precautions, respiratory protection, and the use of PPE. The facility must develop a written infection prevention and control plan. It must include a risk assessment and overall program review and update the plan annually or whenever there is a change that requires a substantial modification, and updated to reflect current Maine and federal CDC standards. The plan must include policies and procedures for the prevention of the spread of any infectious disease. The facility must implement any recommendations of the Maine CDC. The facility must provide education on infection prevention control to all staff at hire, and the training must include standard hygiene precautions, cleaning and disinfection, transmission-based precautions, and sharps, that's needles, infection safety, documentation of training and personnel files, refresher courses during an outbreak, and a copy of the curriculum used. So during the public hearing, you heard from the department that this applies to 950 licensed facilities, 100 to 150 of which are small businesses as defined in the APA, which is less than 20 employees. ODES and the Department of Licensing and Certification and the CDC worked with the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program, and that's required by the rules for this. The statute requires that any rules are ODES works with, or rather department works with the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program. So you also heard from the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program during the public hearing that they did infection control surveys as part of this rulemaking. And you also heard from the department that these are similar provisions for nursing facilities. Nursing facility rules are routine technical rules, which is why you didn't see them. But these ones happen to be major substantive, which is why you have them in front of you. You heard some questions about training requirements, or rather you had some questions about training requirements during the public hearing, and you heard from the department that it's not a goal of every facility to have an infectious disease specialist, and the training resources are online and the plans are tailored to facilities. And you heard about the ODES consultant process, which was paid with the coronavirus relief fund money to defray costs, and that 896 sites have used that. And you also heard some concerns that there is a requirement for all employees to have transmission-based precautions training at the time of hire, and they asked for it being more appropriate to require during an outbreak. They asked for a clarification on how long the curriculum must be retained by the facility, and you also heard some questions about the requirement to implement recommendations of the CDC, and that the cost of training is an unfunded mandate. You would be unaware of this because you didn't get the letter, but our office received a letter asking for, the department requested that the rule take effect immediately upon filing with the Secretary of State's office. The APA is usually a rule becomes effective 30 days after filing with the Secretary of State's office. So this, not all rules, but this rule has an emergency preamble on it. So under the normal APA procedure, if the rule were to be signed by the governor with that emergency on it, that the rule would go into effect 30 days after it was filed with the Secretary of State. And they're asking for it to take effect immediately. So that's a very easy amendment to write if you want to go along with that. I did check with the department that they are still looking for that, and that they are. The other information that you asked for was just to check on, was how often training is required and for which staff. And the rule does state that education is provided on hire, and the refresher courses required for all employees with an outbreak of an infectious disease. And I did check with the department that that is indeed correct. And there is no fiscal impact, so no fiscal note is needed. So just a reminder that if you do want to move forward with this rule as it's written, the department is looking for that notwithstanding language for the 30 days. and any other changes that you want to make to the rule would also be an amendment.
Thank you. So that's in addition to the emergency clauses which are already there, right? Yeah. Okay. Yes, Representative Javner.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. So I've read many of the comments that were provided online for us during their public comment period, and there were some concerns about, obviously like the training and that this is already being done. I think I'm looking to hear from the department that, I'm really curious about the unfunded mandated piece, but also just the concerns that were raised during that public comment period. If someone could address that, that'd be great.
Thank you. Is that something you want to take, Molly?
I can, but Bill Monteo, who's our director of licensing, is in the attendee list along with some of his staff. So I would, probably ask Bill to either speak to this or let us know whether Jonathan or Heather could do so.
Welcome, Mr. Monteo.
Thank you, Senator.
Want to take a shot at answering that question from Representative Javner?
Representative, could I ask you to repeat your question? I got lost and then rejoined. I apologize.
Sure, no problem. The first piece, of course, is the questioning about the unfunded mandate. I just really want to be clear about, what that, if this is, something that we're going to require upon these small businesses, and that we're not providing them with any funding. And then also during the public comment period for this bill, I read through many of the comments from different associations and different businesses as they made the comments, and there's some of them that were concerned about, the lengthening of this process for licensing and, to keep their licenses. I know I have a constituent that owns a couple of these businesses. And so I just want to make sure that they are going to be not have unnecessary requirements put upon them that are going to require more finances, as they move forward, that are going to cause them to go out of business. That's my main concern.
As to the training piece, there are several, the rule does require training, but doesn't specify. So there are several options. The Maine Healthcare Association has created a training tailored to assisted housing facilities. They've modified a course that they developed for their nursing long-term care facilities. There are several web-based trainings, and this rules allows the utilization of web-based online training courses. The intent of the rule, and I think the pandemic obviously highlighted this, but there are other diseases that have always occurred that really kind of bring this to light. Norovirus, the flu, and others that really highlight that all of these assisted housing and congregate care facilities really kind of need to do their own risk assessment of, based on their size and the population. There's a higher risk in dementia care facilities than there is in a 2-bedroom licensed provider home. To look at what is the risk and to provide at least some basic training for their staff so that they understand transmission-based precautions, because those do apply to the flu and to norovirus. Transmission-based precautions being contact, airborne, droplet precautions. So looking at what does that mean, so that when there is a situation of norovirus or the flu, there's a better understanding of how we can protect the residents, how the facility can protect the residents within the facility from spread. So the rule does not require a specific course or course content. What we're really looking at in the rule is really kind of some introductory training and education for these facilities based on their identified risk that they do. And as you've alluded, as was discussed during the hearing, we did work closely with ODES and the Maine CDC, both on the rule and on providing resources to providers to help them in the development of their program and get that written process and do that risk assessment. And the rule as written does allow for, I did hear Senator Claxton previously had expressed concern about, is there availability of certified infection preventionists? There's not a lot of availability, but this rule allows really for somebody with education and knowledge. So what we don't want is an individual with no knowledge of infection control developing a program for infection control. So it's really up to the facility based on their risk assessment that they are going to do to identify their risk and what they need to ensure that if there is norovirus or as the pandemic continues, because this will not just be a light switch that we can't just throw the switch and make the pandemic end. This is going to continue, when we do need to make sure that people that are providing care to the residents in these facilities have knowledge on how to stop and reduce the spread within the facility. So, and I know Jonathan Leach, who is our policy analyst, is in the waiting room as well. This was something that was addressed as part of that rulemaking and the MAPA process as well. We don't really see it as an unfunded mandate because we're not requiring them to take an 8-hour course, a 6-hour course, a 2-hour course. It's going to be tailored and based on the need of that identified facility. And there are resources, and the department has provided resources, and there are other resources available to help them with that. I apologize, that's kind of a long-winded answer to your question.
That address your concerns, Representative Jedner?
Yes, thank you very much.
Representative Meyer? Whoops, you're still muted.
Thank you, Mr. Monteo. So the web-based training module, that option, is that at a cost? Is that free?
To be honest with you, Representative, I don't know. There are some that are at our cost. We have been informed when we developed this by our partners at Maine CDC that federal CDC was developing a free web-based program. And when we first drafted the rule and had discussions with Maine Health, that was one of the things that we considered was there is a free course that's being developed by the federal CDC. There is a course available from Maine Healthcare Association that many assisted housing providers are members of. And there are other web-based courses. The content is really going to be tailored to the needs of the individual facility because, for obvious reasons, dementia facilities are going to have higher needs than a smaller facility.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Jabner?
Thank you, Senator Claxton. This information has been very, very helpful. Mr. Monteo, I just have another question about the training as well. And yes, each individual facility is going to have their own training. So then the department, therefore, then is what I'm understanding is going to set those thresholds as to exactly what the metrics are for the training for the individualized facilities. Is that what you guys are foreseeing?
Part of the survey process when the licensing survey goes out, which happens every 2 years, is the surveyors will look at with the facility of under this rule, okay, show me how you're complying with this rule. Let's look at your risk assessment. We are not doing their risk assessment. What we're looking at is, did they do a risk assessment to identify what is their needs and risks? And then did they develop a plan to meet those needs and risks? And what are they using for a training program? And kind of, how does your training program that you've identified mitigate your risks that you've identified? What the surveyor and our surveyors for assisted housing programs are predominantly social workers, not medical staff. We do have nurses and a physician consultant that works within our office. And part of the licensing process would be if they have met the rule, but we, feel that yes, you've met the core competency or the core content of the rule, but you may want to consider X going forward. Is licensors are okay to provide that feedback of you're meeting the content of the rule, but I don't see where you've addressed this. You may want to look at that. the intent of the rule is not to give another gotcha moment for licensing to go out and cite a provider. The intent of the rule is really to highlight there are higher acuity individuals residing in more and more assisted housing facilities, and to make sure that there is something, because in the current rule it doesn't address anything related to infection control, to ensure that if there is a contagious disease, it doesn't spread predominantly throughout the facility, that the staff have an understanding of how to mitigate and stop that spread.
Thank you.
Yes. And I do apologize, I did not address your other question about the curriculum. There was a question about how long they need to keep the curriculum, and really all the rule is asking is that the provider maintain a copy to show the surveyor or to demonstrate that the content. And the reason we're looking at that is, does the content of the training fit what they've identified as their risk and identified need? So a provider could meet that if they're using a federal CDC website by listing the website.
Senator Moore?
Yes, thank you, Senator Claxton. I just was reading back through this. I have some concerns, I guess, for the assisted living facilities, because they're running on such a small amount of income anyway, and I'm just worried about the burden that this might place on them. I know that there's 950 current ones. There's 896 that have used the consultant to develop the plan during the pandemic. So I'm just concerned about what additional expense this is going to cost for our assisted housing facilities. I did note on here, though, it does say that it was similarly done for the nursing homes. Is the rule for the nursing homes the same as this one that we're looking at for the assisted housing program?
No, the nursing home rule is actually much more, I want to say complex, but much more involved. And our emergency rule that we implemented for the nursing homes about a month after that took effect, federal CMS came out with an even more stringent requirement. The key difference in our nursing home rule is that we require all nursing homes are required to have a nurse or an infection control nurse or an infection control preventionist. And our rule requires that at least once a month, that individual is in on an off shift making observations of infection control practices. Because early on in the pandemic, what we were noticing was staff that were not donning and doffing PPE correctly, predominantly on evenings and weekends. And so to try and address that, we were looking at the rule to require somebody to make observations and re-educate staff at the time it was happening.
But that is not required of the assisted living
No, it's not.
facilities. Okay. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Connor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one quick question. You said that the department or the agency doesn't set the plan. Going back to Senator Moore's statement about, she's worried about the limited staff or the limited resources coming in. If a facility reached out to the department and said, hey, we would like some assistance building our plan, is the department open to helping them set that up and do that? Or is it an at arm's length and no, it's something you have to do and then we just oversee it?
That's what we did, or actually what the Office of Aging and Disabilities did by getting a consultant that was going out and providing that service early on in the step. And as Heather alluded to in the previous hearing, there were over 800 providers that essentially took us up on, or took the Office of Aging and Disability Services up on that. I do not know, I can't speak to what's the department's capacity to continue to provide that service, going forward. We, within licensing as the regulatory agency, we have to be very careful. We don't go in and develop a program for a facility that we're going to regulate. And really it's up to the provider to look at what's their risks. And one of the things that, that I will comment on is many of these providers for the first time identified the need to really look at respiratory protection and OSHA bloodborne pathogens as a result of this pandemic situation. and there was assistance provided through the Maine's CDC's Public Health Emergency Preparedness Program. In the fall, we, licensing and the Office of Aging and Disability, sent out a memorandum to many of the facilities, encouraging providers to get involved with. There are 3 public health, or actually public health emergency preparedness healthcare coalitions. And we encourage providers to get involved with these healthcare coalitions, and they meet on a regular basis with everyone from hospitals to assisted living facilities, and they talk about planning and disaster and emergency preparedness, including biological and contagious disease disasters, about how do we plan for that? What are the resources you're going to need? How can you get those resources? You know, things to the extent of, particularly in an assisted housing program that doesn't have medical staff 24/7, at what point does it make more sense to reach out to the local hospital and maybe have a physician go and conduct assessments in the facility rather than have EMS transport 30 people to the hospital for assessments? And that was all part of that. Get involved with these healthcare coalitions to plan, help identify what are your risks, what are your needs, and how do you get resources. So that still exists within the CDC's Public Health Emergency Preparedness Program.
Thank you. That is all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Baldacci.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya. When I read through Heather Hyatt's testimony that was submitted to the committee, are these infection control guidelines, are they in effect now on an emergency basis or through the CDC? I mean, are these plans something that these assisted living facilities have already had to develop?
Yes.
Or is this completely new? And
this was something that we put in as emergency, and what we're looking to do is maintain the rule going forward through.
Okay, so that gives us some experience of having dealt with the rule, correct?
Yes.
And in that experience is what is it, over 12 months or 10 months?
90 days was the initial.
Okay. And so have small business, what's the feedback you've gotten already from assisted living operators?
Senator, because of the pandemic and the level of assistance that's been provided, there hasn't been a huge outcry, because, you know, anytime a facility has an outbreak, we are part, as is ODES, with the CDC and the EPI team of calls with the providers or with the facilities to work through the outbreak. What are the resources needed? How can we assist in getting those? So there's been a lot of education and a lot of outreach to try and get facilities up to speed for infection control and dealing with this crisis. So, you know, what the rule is doing is just saying we don't want this to go away because the need is not going to go away.
Right, right. No, and I think that's extremely helpful in us understanding that this is really something that is already developed, that a lot of these facilities, even the small ones, are receiving some sort of federal and/or state economic aid. And so I just think that has been helpful. Do you see any, in terms of the actual experience of utilizing or having these rules, do you see any impediments to the good, you know, all the good operators complying with the rules? Do you see any major impediments?
I don't, but Jonathan Leach is with us now. He was instrumental in the MAPA process and the rulemaking process, and addressed a lot of the feedback provided from providers. So I'll ask Jonathan to speak.
Let's hear from Mr. Leach as soon as he's unmuted.
And thank you all, members of the committee. In working through this rulemaking process, there was a lot of feedback from the providers. And just to clarify, we intentionally tried to make this rule as non-prescriptive as possible. So many of the questions today have been related to the training of staff, or the training of the person who's going to be conducting the training within the facility. And what this rule does is does not outline what that credentials need to be for the person who's drafting the plan, but it says the person needs to have training in these 4 areas. And that's going to be relative to the needs of the program. The facility is going to need to provide training in 4 topic areas at hire, and then in the event of an outbreak or refresher, again, it outlines the topic areas, but does not go into what the nature of or the length of that training needs to be. So that could be more in-depth for a larger facility with more intense needs. It could be very brief for a shorter facility. And there was a question about the nature of the plan itself and whether or not the department is going to help draft that plan. The rule itself, again, provides an outline for everything that the plan needs to include. So a facility can use this rule itself just to walk down the section of what the plan needs to include point by point and say what the plan is going to be for their facility. So again, we tried to be very responsive to the needs of the facilities and what they were talking to us about their resource limitations. We're very aware of that. So we tried to provide them through this rule a blueprint for what would be necessary rather than to be very prescriptive about what the plan itself or the training itself would need to consist of. And just to clarify one thing that Bill said, this rule is, in fact, it was provisionally adopted. So it is not technically in force yet, but the providers through the rulemaking process have all had the opportunity now since December to familiarize themselves with the process and have had 3 months to prepare for the time that this rule, if it is formally adopted, actually goes into effect. So there's been a significant amount of time for them to think about the content of this rule and to plan for it.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that I support the passage of this rule, and but I also totally understand the concerns about small business operation. Coming from a family that operated a small business for 75 years and having a small business of my own, I think those concerns are always legitimate. And so I guess I would just say to people from the department, if we hear of concerns, we will let you know what they are, and I'm sure we'll be able to work on them. So thank you very much for your time.
Before we entertain a motion, because it doesn't seem there's lots of other questions, I'd like to take a 6-minute break here so that there's the opportunity for our colleagues to caucus. And we'll be back here at 3:25. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Leach and Mr. Monteo, for being here. This is a corner caucus in the old days. Thank you for being here. This is a corner caucus from the old days, last year.
No worries, sir.
Seems that we're caucusing.
Senator, does that, I apologize, does that mean you want us to leave? Okay, thank you, sir.
Can I ask? Okay.
Yes, Representative Craven.
Oh, I just wanted to ask Mr. Monteo whether, how different is this now than that, what staff are going through now to just keep the infection down, then asking them to continue with that process,
Sounds like a good question for when we're all back together.
It does.
Are you all set, Representative Javner and Senator Moore?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, thank you very much.
No problem. All right, so we'll reconvene and see if there's any additional questions related to LD 578 before we proceed to a motion. Has everybody had a chance to get their questions answered? Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wonder how different this new rule would be to require folks to learn or to practice this kind of infection control than what they're doing now because of the coronavirus.
That's something that you'd like to answer, Mr. Monteo?
Senator, if I could ask Heather Hyatt, who's the program manager or
Sure.
assistant director who oversees this.
Sure.
She's in the waiting room.
And Ms. Withy can bring her in. There she is. Welcome.
Thank you. Could you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry, I was in limbo.
Thank you. I just wondered how different the process would be than what staff has to do now to do infection control.
So currently there are no requirements for infection control, which has been problematic during the current public health emergency. And essentially, facilities have been tasked with implementing these infection control measures without real knowledge or training in them. What this rule does is set forth the requirements so that they have an understanding of what the requirements are going forward. And really, as Jonathan Leach described, kind of lays out in sequential order what needs to be in an infection control plan. I think I was in a similar boat with these types of providers as a social worker. Infection control concepts were very foreign. These are social setting facilities rather than a medical model. So these concepts, I think, initially about a year ago were very foreign to providers. I think over the last year, there's been a pretty steep learning curve. So they do have much more familiarity at this point with these concepts.
Thank you.
Senator Claxton, Representative Craven, if I could, one of the things that we really tried to balance with this rule, and as Jonathan Leach alluded to really not be overly prescriptive to allow for flexibility, is the balance between the business aspect of these providers and the residents' needs. These are really vulnerable individuals who move into a facility and their protection is relying on the staff in the facility. So that's really what the rule is trying to balance.
Is it accurate to say that even though the rules are not yet official and in place, that many of the organizations have done the early steps of identifying the risk, identifying the mitigation steps, and have begun to become compliant with these rules?
I would say yes, Heather.
Yep, I agree with that. I think the last year has really given them a crash course in most of these concepts.
Okay. So while they are new requirements, in terms of being requirements, they're not new expectations, or they're not improvements that have been facilitated with some of the consultant resources you described.
Correct.
Okay. Representative Connor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to move ought to pass.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded. Senator Baldacci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to ask, because I did receive some messages from some assisted living facilities about whether or not this has to be done as an emergency, whether we can do it as without the emergency language and give them some additional time to comply. Is that going to hinder anything, Mr. Montoya?
Part of the reason, Senator Baldacci, for the emergency is because of the current situation and because we are seeing, although significantly smaller amounts, we are still starting to see outbreaks in facilities predominantly from staff that have not or have chosen not to receive vaccinations. There are still new residents being admitted that were unable to get vaccinated. So that was part of the reason really for the emergency was this has been ongoing and providers have really stood up, and B is to really press on the urgency to get things in place.
So people wouldn't be expected to be immediately compliant 30 days from now. That's the start of a process to raise awareness and develop solutions.
Yes.
And typically, how long would a entity have to become compliant with these kinds of rules?
The key thing what the surveyors are looking for when they're out there is that a provider or a facility is working and can show evidence that they are actively pursuing trying to come into compliance with the rule. So licensing doesn't look to go out and cite individuals because they've done 90% of it and we're going to cite you for the 10% you failed. What we're looking at is that you're really taking active steps to come into compliance, and that there's no negative outcome as a result of you're not coming into compliance. So, you know, that's the key, is to really, we've done a lot with Office Aging and Disability Services to provide a lot of resources. And what we're looking to do is say the finish line is coming. We need to work to get you up there.
Okay. Thank you. Follow up, Senator?
Thank you. I just want to reiterate, because I obviously very supportive of getting as much infection control, public health as we can do. I just want to reiterate that, you know, if small entities in our respective districts contact us, we're going to let you know, because our job doesn't end today. Our oversight is continual, and I want to make sure that everybody gets a fair shake from the bureaucracy. So I just want to let you know that I'm in support of these, and I'm hopeful that they can be carried out in a way that's not onerous, overly onerous to operators. That's my hope. Okay, and I appreciate your time.
Senator.
Thank you.
Representative Connor, did your motion include the 30-day provision in addition to the emergency?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Is that we're on the same page on that, Anna? I mean, that it's covered now?
I'm sorry, I heard an ought to pass motion which didn't include it going into effect upon signature of the governor. So if you want to include that, you would need to amend it.
Okay.
So I would move ought to pass as amended.
With the amendment being the signature to the governor right away. Thank you very much. All right, and there was a second. Is everybody still, whoever seconded, still comfortable with that? Okay.
Yes.
So the motion's been moved and seconded, ought to pass as amended. Then Ms. Withy, would you please run the tally?
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lumlin,
Yes.
Representative Lumlin, yes. Representative Stover. Representative Stover is absent. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 12 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you. All right, and thank you, Mr. Montoya and Mr. Leach, for being here, and Ms. Hyatt.
Thank you as well.
So that will bring us to LD 632.
Okay, LD 632. This is an act to facilitate the conversion of children's private non-medical institutions, PNMIs, to qualified residential treatment programs as required by federal law. This bill makes the following changes to the qualified residential treatment programs in the federal Family First Prevention Services Act, well, not changes, I'm sorry, requirements. So first, the department must develop a plan for converting children's private non-medical institutions to qualified residential treatment programs that meet the Family First Act. The department must establish requirements, timelines, and costs for the children's PNMIs for converting to QRTPs. It also requires the department to establish a method of providing financial resources to those institutions for converting. It adds definitions for qualified professional and qualified residential treatment program in the Child and Family Services and Child Protection Act, and includes qualified residential treatment programs in residential childcare facilities. It requires the annual report to the legislature to include an assessment of compliance with the Family First Act, and the department is authorised to apply for waivers or extensions if deadlines for the Family First Act are not met. You heard from the proponents that all children's PNMIs are transitioning to QRTPs, that funding for rate increases in the budget are a placeholder because the rate review is not yet complete, and that rate review is different from the overall main care rate study that you've also been hearing about. The QRTP will require education investments on the parts of PNMIs, and providers don't yet know the costs for training or what the rates will be. And they have concerns about the rate study methodology. This is the Burns and Associates study, not the Myers and Stover one. And they also requested including language into Section 6, the plan, requiring sustainable funding models. You heard that PNMIs are not operating at licensed capacity because of staffing shortages and closures, and that's related to the rates. And you heard from the department that the bill is unnecessary, that they are providing significant technical and fiscal support, and there is the rate study for ongoing rates for QRTPs, and providers are involved in that process. Some drafting issues. There was a bill, I guess this year, LD 765. This is a bill in the Judiciary Committee, an act to provide for judicial review and compliance with the Family First Prevention Services Act. This is a department bill. They had the same bill last year that wasn't enacted in time for adjournment. It includes the same definitions for qualified professionals and qualified residential treatment programs in that bill as in this one. In fact, I took it directly from that bill last year into this bill. If it's enacted, that will cause a conflict, although if it's enacted in the same way in both bills, it's a straightforward fix for the ERAS bill, but I did just want to throw that out there. Also, whether the definition of residential childcare facility in the law already includes QRTPs. The reason that I asked that question, and I can't entirely answer it, I think it probably does, but I don't really know. If QRTPs are already included, then combined with that bill, there's probably no need for sections 1, 2, and 3 of the bill. Just to draw a little behind the curtain drafting thing, when we are drafting bills, we try to draft them with some statutory language in them so that committees and sponsors are left with some flexibility. If we draft something as a resolve and you need a statutory change, you're stuck. So the point is that it's not the sponsor's fault or the committee's fault that there is this language in here putting those definitions into the Child and Family Services law because we're trying to make sure that you had some maximum flexibility. But those definitions are largely taken care of in a different departmental bill. So the question for you is really what you want to do with Section 6, which is really the meat of it. So Section 6 requires a plan for PNMIs to convert to QRTPs, and you heard from Dr. Landry's testimony that they actually remain PNMIs. They meet a federal definition for QRTPs to receive federal reimbursement. So you'd want to, if you want to move forward with this, you'd want to fiddle with that language a little bit to make it make a little more sense. And then Section 7 whether the department really needs permission to request extensions or waivers under. I don't know that only the department could answer this. I can't answer it. What I'm saying is that that Section 7 of the bill gives them authority to request waivers or from deadlines, and I'm not sure that they necessarily would need that. And we haven't yet received a fiscal impact statement. I mean, a preliminary fiscal impact statement from OFPR.
Thank you. So it feels like there's a lot of unresolved things going on, swirling about right now, including what's coming out of the Rescue Act and whether this bill is even necessary. Representative Perry, you had your hand up.
Yes, I did. I'm just looking at all of this, and if I remember the testimony as the fact that the department is already working towards some of this, I would like to table this bill and give the time and have the department report back on where they are with this, and also at that point look at any changes that need to be made.
So there's been a motion to table, and we do require a second.
I would second that motion.
Okay, so it's been moved to table. We don't require or don't allow any discussion. So Ms. Withy, can you poll the committee for whether the motion to table passes or not?
Senator Claxton, are you saying I can call?
Please
do the roll call?
Now.
Okay.
Yes.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover. Representative Stover is absent. Senator Baldacci. Senator Baldacci is absent. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 11 yes, 2 absent.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bring that off the table at some point when we have more information with which to work. So that brings us to the last item on my list, which is 698, for last bill on the list.
Okay. So this bill allows the department to use up to 25% of the state's federal childcare and development block grant funding for contracts with high quality childcare to increase availability of care for infants, toddlers, and preschool children up to 4 years of age. It doesn't require the contracts, it allows the department to contract. But if they move forward with contracts, then the contracts must prioritize continuity of care in serving at-risk populations. To qualify for a contract, providers must have appropriate training in child development, trauma, ACEs, child protective, and serving children with disabilities. The department is required to submit an annual report to the Health and Human Services Committee on the number of contracts, the percentage of block grant funding that is used for contracts, and the number of children served. You heard during the public hearing from the proponents that there's a burden for providers to get paid through the childcare subsidy program, and that contracts are more stable for providers and increase access and accountability. 21 states use, that is supposed to say states, I'm sorry, 21 states use contracts, and Maine used to have contracts. The 2016 childcare development fund rules encourage the use of contracts as a strategy for increasing supply and quality of childcare. You did hear that a request to amend to any program that is part of the quality rating and improvement system rather than only the step 3 and 4s, because that leaves too many programs out, especially family childcare providers. And the department is opposed. They don't need a statutory change to allow for contracts, and they don't plan to use contracts. They believe that the childcare subsidy program incentivizes high quality care, and they're also concerned about additional reporting in the bill. Just a reminder about the amendment requests above, but also, as you know, that the current bill includes the step 3 and step 4 language, and this was also pointed out by the sponsor. And line 7 has been removed in LD 98, which is not yet enacted. If it's enacted, LD 98 will only refer to quality as childcare services that meet or make substantial process towards meeting nationally recognized quality standards. So if you want to move forward with this, you'll want to conform the language in this bill with LD 98 to prevent a conflict in the law. I did ask the department for a short historical primer about when the state used contracts for childcare, because I didn't personally know much about that, and what percentage of the block grant was used and why the state stopped using contracts. So I got an answer from Molly. The use of the contracts for the subsidy program was discontinued after an audit in 2011. Due to the time that has elapsed and the loss of institutional knowledge, we don't have comprehensive information about when the use of contracts began and what percentage of block grant funding was allocated to contracts. We do have some substantial information as to why the use of contracts was discontinued. In 2011, an audit was conducted of 18 sites that were receiving subsidy funds via a contract. The audit determined that only one of the 18 providers had made eligibility determinations correctly 100% of the time. The range of accuracy was from 0 to 100%, with the average being 58%. The range of improper payments as a result of improper eligibility determinations was ranged from $5,208 to $54,516. The total amount of improper payments was $255,377. These audit findings were significant and led to the end of the contracted lots. OCFS was required by CCDF to repay any disallowed payments, and current subsidy rules would require any improper payment over $10 from OCFS to a provider to be repaid by the provider themselves. OFPR's preliminary fiscal impact statement is any additional cost to DHHS to provide an annual report to the committee is expected to be minor and can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources, and there's no fiscal note needed.
Okay. Any comments, questions, concerns based on that analysis? And I see we're joined by the bill's sponsor and by Dr. Landry. So I'll ask the sponsor the question then, Representative Pebworth. It seems to me that you're trying to accomplish a number of different things with the bill. One is to promote contracting. And then the other things are to improve pay, improve access, improve quality, and increase capacity. Am I doing all right so far?
Yes, Senator Claxton, you're doing all right so far.
Okay.
And really, this comes from a position of wanting to have the best tools available to have quality childcare available.
And the analysis suggests or implies that the department doesn't really need the authorization to go the route of contracts because it's been there and has that capacity currently, as I understand it.
And perhaps we could hear more from the department about, my understanding of contracts is that they do help childcare providers have some security. Particularly when when providers are allowed to have open spots and keep open spots while looking for another child that fills the requirements to be pulled in. The lack of childcare so anyway, that is really where this bill is coming from. The statistics of mispayment from prior use of contracts is really distressing.
Okay. So just before we ask Dr. Landry to weigh in, it seems to me that your major goals, access, quality, and capacity, are the what, and the contracts is your vision of the how to get there. Okay. So that logically leads to Dr. Landry and asking for a high level view of, it sounds like access and capacity are the most critical, they're related. So what are future plans for that? And what's your personal experience with contracts in this setting?
Sure, happy to try to answer those questions, and thanks for the opportunity to join you. We certainly agree. I certainly agree with Representative Pepworth. As we have stated numerous times to this committee and publicly, the key to a high quality and well-functioning child care system is really built on three components, in my opinion. And those three components are access, quality, and workforce. And those three pieces is what we have been focusing on with a number of our plans, including those that we've coordinated through the Children's Cabinet. We clearly have more work to do, but we are seeing some improvements despite the challenges of the pandemic. And with the additional dollars coming to the state through the CRSA funds, as well as through the American Rescue Plan Act, we anticipate for the next couple of years we'll be in a significant position to be able to continue to encourage under the restrictions of those federal funding streams, of course, to continue to encourage that access and certainly the quality and workforce components that go along with it. So I think we have weathered a significant part of the challenges of the pandemic. 94 to 95% of our child care providers are open currently and have been open for the past several months, with a lot of credit to all of them for adhering to good, strong safety and health practices, which we have promoted through ongoing guidance and support to them. But now that we have weathered a big piece of the pandemic, now the focus really is around the recovery aspect and continuing to help to build the access. And that's where we plan to use the dollars that the federal government will be sending us through those two most recently enacted federal actions. As it relates to contracts specifically, the second part of your question, you are absolutely correct to have concerns about the prior situations that we were in this state, and it's very similar in other states because the eligibility determination in a contracting mode shifts to the provider. You're relying on the providers to be fully aware, cognizant, and be able to implement all of those requirements of the federal government around the child care subsidy program. And we recognize many of the providers don't necessarily have that capacity to be able to know all of the ins and outs of that the department as the entity currently to establish eligibility does. So you end up with these relatively very frequent situations in the states that have contracts of significant audit findings that can result not just in the state being out of compliance with federal guidelines and requirements, but bluntly, the significant challenge that you would have on these providers if, as a result of the audit, they have to pay back tens to $100,000. They're not going to have the capacity to be able to do that. We don't want to put them in a situation where through an unintentional mistake, they end up having to pay back a significant amount of funds. So that is the consistent practice that we see around the country. Some states do a little bit better, other states do worse, but I think that's why the majority of states around the country choose not to do contracts because of some of these very significant issues around that piece of it. Now, I'm not going to say that we're forever against the aspect of contracts. I think there could be opportunities in the future, and we have that authority right now under federal CCDBG, but I think we need to proceed very, very cautiously and carefully. And right now, our focus, I think, really needs to be on deploying those federal funds to rebuild the access and quality as quickly as possible.
Okay. The possibility of contracts and a regular revenue stream sounds really attractive to somebody running a business.
It can. Yeah, I agree with you. It can sound very, very attractive, particularly since the spot can be empty and unfilled for a perhaps significant period of time. And yet they're still able to collect the revenue as it relates to that. So it sounds really good from that end. It doesn't sound so good if you get audited and you have to pay back tens and tens of thousands of dollars, which potentially would completely crater the business, which we certainly don't want to see happen.
Yeah, and in the medical world, there's a monthly payment to some of the institutions in anticipation of future charges. Could we set up some portion of that in contracts in the future, such that a given home could count on at least some regular cash flow without nearing their 100% max, but say at 25 or 50% level?
The way the CCDBG rules are around contracts, it's for that spot. So you can't just subsidize the contract 25% of the spot. You have to subsidize the entire 100% of the spot.
Okay, so you're going to fix that?
Last time I checked, I worked for the state of Maine and not the Federal Office of Child Care.
Oh, all right. All right. We'll let that go. Are there any other questions or concerns? Any other comments for either the sponsor? Thank you for being here, Representative Pebworth, or for Dr. Landry. So I would entertain a motion. Yes, Representative Perry.
I'm going to move on not to pass.
I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there additional comments, questions, concerns? Anything you'd like to offer, Representative Pebworth, before we vote? Thank you for bringing up this topic. We've learned a bunch in the process, and for that, we're grateful and hopeful too in the future. Representative Lemelin?
Yes, thank you, Senator. I just wanted a quick comment. I'm a not to pass, mainly because I agree with Dr. Landry's assessment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, so if there are no other comments, then we'll ask Ms. Withy to collect the vote.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover. Representative Stover is absent. Senator Baldacci. Senator Baldacci is absent. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes.
Well,
Representative Madigan.
Yeah,
I mean, that's like I think that.
no.
Representative Madigan, no. Representative Javner.
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 10 yes, 1 no, 2 absent.
And I just will highlight for Representative Pebworth that we've seen some good graphs come out of the Office of Child and Family Services that show a significant recovery in the number of, as was referenced, the number of beds, number of slots for childcare, with the recognition that we have lots more to grow. So I'm hopeful that some of the new money and some of the new leadership will help make that happen. But that's posted online. So that transparency is good, and we can track that over time. Thank you for being here. And thank you, Dr. Landry.
Can I ask for Representative Madigan's minority report?
Representative Madigan, do you want to give us a minority report?
Just ought to pass.
Do you want at least the basic things fixed, Representative Madigan? The fact that you struck out the steps 3s and 4s and
yes.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. So that's the list of, that was a busy day, people. That's a lot of work session. So next up on our agenda, I will defer to Anna.
I don't have anything else. I imagine you are much too tired to talk about reports, and I have nothing else.
Is there somebody who has more energy than I who wants to do a report? Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn until our next gathering, which will be Wednesday at 10 o'clock. Wednesday at 10. Everybody okay with that? Okay.
Senator Claxton, we're going to do our chairs and leads. Which Zoom link are we going to use? The new one or the original?
The chairs and link that I sent yesterday, I can resend it. How's that?
Okay.
We don't have that.
Anna and Aaron may not have that.
I think Aaron usually starts this meeting.
Okay, so
I'm going to assume that she'll.
Okay. All right.
I'm assuming Erin will yell at me if that's wrong. There she is.
No, I usually sign in to Carrie's account and start that meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
And I can forward that.
That's the old one then. Okay.
So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And seconded.
Second.
And all those in favor?